Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Ulan Gaming, and I'm coming here with another tier list, this time for the heavy infantry. Now, this will complete the 5 core unit types that we have tier lists for, that being artillery, light and heavy cavalry, light and heavy infantry, but I won't be done yet. We'll also be going over the mercenaries and as well as the explorers. Now we all know how the explorer list is probably going to look like, but I really love using explorers in all my games to their max benefit, and I want to talk about them. So that is what we will be doing. But for now, once again, Aussie Drongo posted a tier list for heavy infantry a while ago, but he has since left the community, and his lists are now outdated due to update and balance changes, as well as 4 new civilizations that have come out since then. So I have taken it upon myself, as I am deeply immersed with the stats and multipliers of every single unit in this game, due to my work with the Age of Empires 3 companion app. And we will be going through these, taking new updates, as well as the future pup notes into account for February, and of course looking at the new units available to the new civs that have come out since then. And with that, let's get started. We're going to start out right in the S tier, and we're going to be the first one that obviously comes to mind is the Ashigaru Musketeer from Japan. The Ashigaru is a pretty expensive musketeer, but they have very solid base stats, and but the real treat to them, of course, is their 4.5 movement speed. They're very upgradable, as are all of Japan's units, due to combining the daimyo, shogun, consulate, Japanese isolationism upgrade, as well as the what is it called? The Golden Pavilion. That's the one. You can just combine all of these ores together and just get all of your units to be super good. The Ashigaru starts really good in the second age, and it ends really good in the last age, and there's just no stopping this guy. If Japan wants to make Ashigaru, by all means, let them. Our next S tier unit is going to be the Sepoy. Now, in the second age specifically, the Sepoy is the best musketeer in the game. They're a little cheaper than Ashigaru. They cost the same amount, but they're more food weighted instead of coin, which is better. And they also just have insane base stats. They have like 15 hand attack, and they have like 15 hand attack, just like the Janissary, but they still retain their 3 times multiplier against cav, so these guys are even more of melee cav-eating machines than normal musketeers are. And they have almost as much HP as the Janissary, only 30 less, but they have higher than normal attack. These guys are just absolute monsters. The biggest weakness to the Sepoy is that the biggest weakness to the Sepoy is that they're not super upgradable, and they tend to fall off right around the industrial age. But for their early game utility, they are just absolutely insane units. The next S-class that we're going to be putting here is the British Musketeer. British Musketeer, everyone would have seen this coming. The British Musketeer has 1,000,001 upgrades. They have 30% through cards alone, just in terms of upgrades. They also have the unique church card, which gives them the thin red line, which boosts them by 20% at the cost of movement speed, so it is a little bit of a give and take. On top of all that, they also, of course, have the Royal Guard upgrade, as well as any advanced arsenal improvements you want to make, should you send that card, and overall, they're just very, very strong. And for now, we're going to leave the S tier alone until actually we'll put the Carolean in S tier as well. Now the Carolean starts off kind of meh. They have less attack than a normal musketeer, so they do lose in the musketeer shootouts in the beginning of the game, but they also counter cavalry at range, which is fantastic. Not many musketeers do that. I think this is like the only one, with the exception of the Bolus Warrior, but I put the Bolus Warrior in the Dragoon video. Fight me. So the Carolean has a range multiplier, and they also have the highest melee attack of any musketeer in the game. I think they have like 20 or 21 base hand attack, and it just scales super hard, just like their ranged attack. And this comes, of course, with the big button ability that Caroleans have on a cooldown that allows them to go into melee mode and charge in. And this really allows them to fight their counters with not necessarily cost effectively, but if you can shut down a giant mass of musketeers by charging them, that could win you the game right there, even if you're not trading effectively. And despite all of Sweden's nerfs that they have had, this is still one of the best musketeers in the game for this reason. That charge ability is absolutely amazing. There is a game that I will link the video I will link the video in the Discord. In the description of this video. But me and my brother had a game that's on his channel. Where the enemy had 2 falconets and they backed them up right next to their artillery foundry with a 5 falconet pops. They had 7 falconets while we were knee-deep in their base, and my brother just activated the charge ability on the Caroleans, and with 22 Caroleans, he obliterated all 7 falconets in like the blink of an eye. While they were getting fired on. He ended up still having like half of his mass too, so Caroleans are able to just absolutely destroy their counters, but in short bursts with a long cooldown. But for that reason, we are going to put them up there. I do think that we will go over all of the ranged first, and then we will go over the melee, but both of those will be excluding the new units, which we will go over last. Now let's talk about just all of the musketeers in general. Starting with the Portuguese musketeer, which will go in A tier. The reason being is that the Portuguese musketeer pairs really well with the Caçador, because they both counter different things and both gain stats from the same upgrade cards. So all the cards that you're going to be sending that upgrade your Caçadors will also upgrade your musketeers. And they, of course, also... Yeah, they're just really, really solid. Portuguese musketeers are great. If Portugal player wants to make musketeers, by all means, let them. They'd probably be better suited for Caçadors or Dragoons, but I mean, they can still absolutely run musketeers. There's no problem with it, especially if they're running them with Caçadors. Now, the Spain and France musketeer, they are both absolutely perfectly fine, usable units, an exemplary example of a normal musketeer. And as with all of our lists, if a unit is a perfect example of a standard unit that does its job well, but isn't S tier or anything like that, it goes in B. Because B tier, it does not mean you shouldn't use it. It just means that it's a perfectly fine, serviceable unit that's not exactly outstanding. That's not outstanding from its peers. It's just solid at its job. Going through this list, the Janissary. So the Janissary is going to be in A tier for much the reason that Sepoy is in H tier, and that is just that in the second age they dominate due to having high HP pools. The Janissary is very strong in the second age because of their high HP pool. They do have some good upgrade cards once you get to the later ages, and so they can remain pretty powerful throughout the whole game, but Sepoy are just absolutely monsters on the battlefield, and Janissaries don't quite approach Sepoy level. They're pretty close in terms of H2 usability, but they're not quite that. They will lose to a good skirmisher mass, whereas Sepoys will put up a lot bigger of a fight, just because of their much higher damage. And lastly, we'll talk about the Russian Musketeer, which we will put in C, mostly just because they are weaker than the normal Musketeer. They don't have anywhere near as many upgrade cards as several of the other Musketeers do, and when they hit the Fortress Age, they get their Veterancy upgrade. Their Veterancy upgrade gives them the stats of normal Musketeers in Age 2. It's really sad. They, of course, can train in batches of 5, which I view as more of a negative, but they are cheaper than the normal Musketeer. which is a good thing. Next, we'll talk about the Nizam Fusilier. Now, for what it does with all of its multipliers and its different stances, this thing would be S, because this thing counters the universe. You can throw anything at the Nizam Fusilier, and no matter what you throw at it, it'll have a 2x multiplier at range against you. And it's absolutely nuts. But you can only get them through a very specific strategy using the Ottomans, because you not only need to get to the Industrial Age, but you need to save all of your Janissary shipments. Because the Nizam Fusiliers are only available through shipments that are Janissary shipments that then turn them into Nizam shipments. I will put them probably at the very tip bottom of B, just because of their very bad availability and massability. But I do think they deserve a spot on this list, because you will see them. The Tomahawk is going to be in C with the Russian Musketeer. It will go higher than the Musketeer, just because it does have better stats, but ultimately the big thing hurting the Tomahawk is it has a weak attack for a Musketeer. It only has 19, which is the same as the Janissary, but it has the same HP pool, and it's more expensive in that it costs wood instead of coin. Now, it does technically cost a total of 5 less total resources than a normal Musketeer, but the fact that it costs wood instead of coin, it costs 20 wood instead of 25 coin, definitely bites it in the ass and really hampers on its usability past the very early game. I do believe that does it for all of the ranged heavy infantry that are not new units, new to the new civs. I just said new a lot there. So with that, let's start filling in the rest of this stuff. The Spain and Swedish pikemen are going to be higher than the pikemen for... This pikeman here represents the pikemen for all the other civs. Aussie Drongo did this in his video, and I definitely like that, because it just makes no sense to talk about pikemen a billion different times for a billion different civs when they're all pretty much the same. Pikemen, solid early game unit that pretty much just exists to chase cav out of your base with 5 movement speed, which can't quite catch them, and siege down buildings in the early game if you really need that kind of thing. However, the Sweden and Spanish pikemen are usable throughout the whole game due to having Royal Guard upgrades for them, as well as various upgrade cards. Sweden in particular gets Advanced Arsenal for free as a civ bonus, so you can get these guys to up to 6 movement speed, which is really fantastic, especially in the Second Age. So they will be going a little bit higher than the Spain Musketeer, but not much. I definitely don't think that they are out of the B tier, but they are absolutely usable throughout the whole game, especially because they do fill in a hole that Sweden has, just because the Carolean doesn't have the greatest siege in the world, and the pikemen can really help remedy this. So we're going to be putting... probably right here. I think that's a pretty good spot for them. They aren't ranged, which does put them at a distinct disadvantage over like all the Musketeer units. But I do think this is a very safe, easy spot for them. And the rest of the civilizations with their pikemen, sure, we'll throw them in D. You can use these to siege down buildings. You can use them to siege down torps. You can use them to defend your base from cavalry, but they're really not going to be doing anything more for that, and anything past the first 7 or 8 minutes of the game, you're going to want different units. Just point blank and period. They do have their use, they are important, but they're not they're not great. And let's continue the pikeman trend and talk about the Puma spearmen available to the Aztecs. I would go so far as to say the Puma spearmen is tied with the plumed spearmen for the best pikemen in the game. Now, I know what you're thinking, but wait, that doesn't sound right, but just hear me out here. The Puma spearman has several things going for it. I'm actually probably going to put it right here, honestly. The Puma spearman has several things going for it that normal pikemen do not. First of all, it just has higher base stats. Pikemen have 120, this thing has 125. Not huge, but what is huge is that it has a 50% damage boost over the standard pikeman. The standard pikeman has 8 damage at base. Pumas have 12, but they still retain the 5 times multiplier, meaning these guys do a very hefty 60 damage to hussars in the second age, which is just huge compared to the normal pikeman, which only does 20. This means that 2 pumas are going to be doing the work of 3 pikemen. But that's not the only thing that pumas have going for them. They also cost food coin instead of food wood, so you're going to be able to easily amass these throughout the entirety of the game, as food coin is just the better resource cost. And they also have a upgrade card in Age 3 that boosts their movement speed up to 6. Now, a lot of Aztec players don't run this card because your Age 3 cards as Aztec generally take up a lot of space and you won't have too much room, but if an Aztec player wants to go with lots of Puma Spearmen, that is something they can absolutely do, and I think it's something that is underused. Because these Pumas are just really, really good. They can get 6 movement speed, and with their extra high attack that they have and super large multiplier, I just don't see... I can't justify putting them any lower than the top of B tier. They also have the highest siege attack of any musketeer in the game, so maybe I'll put them towards the bottom of A, actually. They have the largest siege attack of any pikeman in the game as well. They have 41 siege at base, which is really, really high. And yeah, I think this might honestly just be a great place for them. Now, with that being said, the Plume Spearman is better. I just said that these might be tied for like the best. They are pretty much tied. The Plume Spearman has, by and away, it still has a large attack, just like the Puma Spearman over the normal pikeman. But unlike the Puma Spearman, which only just barely has more HP, the Plume Spearman has 170 base HP, 50 HP more than 50 HP more than the pikemen, and that is like a 40% boost in HP over pikemen compared to a 50% attack boost that the Puma Spearman has, and they're still pretty fast too. Another nice thing about them is that their speed upgrades in the form of Inca bridges and Inca road building affects all of the Inca units as opposed to just the Puma, like the Puma Spearman's card does. And you can these make a very good unit comp with the Jungle Bowman that the Inca has, which also costs the same amount, which also costs the same resources of food and wood, and they're extremely close in cost, in total cost as well. So you really just use one macro for both of your units for your for a really solid composition, and it just makes Inca. It's one of the reasons that Inca is so powerful in the Second Age. So for that reason, the Plume Spearman will be put up there, and that finishes out all of the pikemen, I do believe. Oh, let's talk about the Club Warrior. Club Warrior, it's a Lakota unit. The Club Warrior rush does exist because it can be unexpected, but it's unexpected because Club Warriors are outclassed by pretty much all of the other Lakota units, so I can't justify putting it any higher than C, probably below the Tomahawk and the Musketeer, just because Russia and Haudenosaunee are known for using Tomahawks and Musketeers, but but people who use Club Warriors for Lakota are the weird dudes who want to do something unexpected and funny, and that's about it. Granted, the Club Rush still is a good rush, and it is absolutely usable and doable, and it does have its place in the game. But I can't see putting it any higher than that. So now that we got all the pikemen out of the way, let's talk about the Halberdiers. So for starters, the Halberdiers as a whole did get better. They got a speed boost in a patch about a month and a half ago, I think, and as a result, to their base speed boost, it does make Halberdiers as a whole better than they were. Particularly in the form of the Dutch Halberdier, which I would put just under the Puma Spearman in efficiency, because if Dutch wants to go H2 Halbs, they absolutely can, and the H2 Halbs come with the added benefits of... The H2 Halbs come with the added benefit of being an age 3 units with age 3 stats that are not degraded in any way available in the second age, and they scale based off of these age 3 stats. Dutch in particular has the ability to train these in the second age, as well as a first age card that boosts movement speed, which now boosts it even more so because of their speed boost. So the Dutch Halberdiers in the second age can have age 3 stats with very high movement speed, and they are a threat to anything they touch. And I definitely think that Halberdiers are an underutilized unit for Dutch players, and there should be a lot more people halbrushing than there are. And I'm glad there aren't, because it would be very scary if Dutch players really decided they wanted to go for age 2 halbs. But they're even viable in the late game because of some upgrade cards Dutch have, as well as having a Royal Guard upgrade in age 4. So they're usable throughout the whole game, and they can get really, really fast. And it's quite scary. Now, the France Halberdier, we're just going to put in the D tier with Pikemen, simply because there's no reason to ever make them as France. They are outclassed by every other unit France has, pretty much. Even the Pikeman, I would say, is better than the Halberdier, just because the Pikeman is available in the second age. At least you see the Pikeman used in some rushes as France, but they're just not great. Similar to Portugal and Russia. Portugal and Russia Halberdiers. I will put the Russia Halberdier just underneath the Russia Musketeer, because once again, you can't actually, with their buff, I might just put them above. But because once again, you may need to make Halberdiers as a Russia player, just because you might need some anti-cavalry that you otherwise can't get. Except for like their Manchu shipmen in age 3, which will carry their anti-cav for like the entirety of the game. So you may need to make Russian halbs, but it doesn't make them great. They still have reduced stats, just like all of the Russian units. And the Portugal Halberdier, we will probably put at the top of C. You just don't see Portugal making Halberdier because they have better options. I will say that I don't think there are better options. I think their better options probably outclass France even more so. It probably outclass them even more so than France, because they have the Cassador and the Musketeer that goes super well with the Cassador, and you can basically get your anti-cavalry and your skirmisher upgrades all in one go, whereas with Halberdiers you will need separate cards for that. So we'll put the Portugal halbs at the bottom with France. There's a reason we never see them, is the point I'm getting at. Okay, so that takes care of the Pikemen. Let's get that takes care of the halbs. Let's get the speedy boys out of the way. Starting with the Rajput. The Rajput is going to go below the Pikemen, just because it is completely outclassed by the Sepoy. It is one of the only India units that cost food wood, which isn't great. And for what it does, it is a high damage, fast anti-cavalry unit, kind of like the Rattle, but it is very expensive for what it does. It costs 100 food and 35 wood, and that is just too much of a resource investment for that singular purpose, that they don't really do anything else. Rattleros are probably A tier. We'll put them just above the Puma Spearmen, I think, because they do have a very fast movement speed. They have a 6 movement speed at base. We might put them below. It's hard. I think they're very comparable to the Puma Spearmen. They have 6 movement speed at base. They counter cavalry. They can chase them down quite well. They get their upgrades. They get upgrades that can make them even faster. We'll probably put it above the Puma Spearmen, honestly. If you're playing with a Spain player and they want to make Rattleros, great, let them. Spain makes good Rattleros. The problem being, they just like with all of the other pikemen, they do have a low attack in exchange for their multiplier against cavalry. And they also have really low siege, which, I don't know, maybe I am very torn between where to put these in terms of just under or just over the Puma. Because of personal bias, being an Aztec player, I think I will put the Rattlers below the Puma Spearmen. And I think that finishes that section up. Oh, let's talk about Quang and Changdao. Quang Pikemen, I don't know, I'm sure I'm butchering that, are a solid H2 pikemen that is tied to the Old Han army, and they're great, you know, Quang pikemen, just, you know, great unit. Once again, they suffer from being part of a banner army, which means they're tied to specific units when you want to make them, which does kind of hurt their late game viability past the second age. So because of that, we will be putting them probably right here. They do have a very high siege. So while they are, you know, decent, while they are decent pikemen, the fact that they are tied to banner armies just drags them down, just like the rest of Chinese units. Because you can't make just them. If you could make just the Quang pikemen, then perfect. Right there, you'd be probably above the Nizam Fusilier. But you can't, and that really hurts China. Well, pretty much all of China's units. Same with the Changdao. The Changdao is just better than the Quang pikemen. It's available in the Third Age. It's tied to better banner armies than the Quang pikemen is. It's definitely usable in the late game just because it's tied to better units in banner armies, but it is still part of banner armies, which of course hurt it immensely. So they can't. They are better than the Quang pikemen, but I can't justify putting them out of the C tier. Now we'll talk about the Jaguar Prowlers, since they are a pretty unique unit. Yeah, Jaguar Prowler. So the Jaguar Prowler is a unique Aztec unit. It is a heavy infantry that you can make in the Second Age by using a card, the High Priest of Exilton, which does boost your Explorer attack. Meaning you could use the High Priests of Exilton plus the Chief Age Up and make Jaguar Prowlers in the Second Age along with the Aztec Swashbuckler attack, and have it be pretty decent as a combo. Jaguar Prowlers have a high attack, a high HP. They have 16 base attack, and a 3 times multiplier against heavy infantry, and a 2 times against cav. Which is weird because they are a heavy infantry unit that does counter cavalry, but what they counter harder than cavalry is every other unit on this board. And they do go into stealth, which means they can fight pretty well against their counters. It being skirmishers, you can get really close on the skirmishers and go into melee with them, where they do less damage to you, and you can get around their range resistance. But the big thing that hurts the Jaguar Prowler is, one, not having a ranged attack. I mean, that just goes for all of the pike units, the melee heavy infantry in general. But 2 is their cost. These guys are very, very expensive. They cost 30 food and 90 coin. And as an Aztec player, you generally won't have anywhere close to the same amount of coin as you will food gatherer. And it just makes the Jaguar Prowlers very, very difficult to mass. It really does hurt the Jaguar Prowler quite a bit. The Aeronites are also coin heavy, but it's okay because you don't need anywhere near as many Aeronites to do their job as you do the Jaguar Prowler Knight. So we will be putting the Jaguar Prowler probably below the Spain and Swedish Pikemen right here. I think this is a pretty fair spot for them. They absolutely have their use. They have the big button ability from the town center. They are veteran units that can be chained in the Second Age, just like the Dutch Halberdier. But specifically their cost is what drags them down, in my opinion. And it's just very difficult to mass Jaguar Prowlers, especially when towards the end of Aztec late game, you don't really need any more anti-cavalry / anti-musketeer units, because you got all of that in the form of the Eagle Runner Knight, who costs the same amount of food and coin. And is therefore easier to mass, and so I just think the Jaguar Prowler Knight shouldn't be here, just because it shouldn't be super high, just because it is outclassed by other units that it has to compete with. Now we'll talk about the big scary guys who will dominate everybody they get close to, assuming they ever get close. Starting with the Doppel soldner from Germany. Now, the Doppel soldner is a very scary German unit that, much like the Dutch Halberdier, does not get anywhere near enough screen time from players in the game. If I was gonna, I don't really play Germany, but if I did, I would play Germany specifically for like using Dopps a lot. These guys can get very fast, very, very quickly. In the Second Age, they can reach 5.8 movement speed. And just like the samurai, they have attack. They have splash on their attack, and they will just kind of fuck up anything that gets close to them. And you have to respect the Doppelsoldner mass if you see the Doppelsoldner mass. Now, I did do some side-by-side comparisons between Doppelsoldners and samurais throughout every age, counting all of their upgrades. And basically, Doppelsoldners are like tankier samurais, and samurais are like more damaging Doppelsoldners. And the HP and damage difference between the two of these is night and day. They're both very upgradable through various cards. They both cost the same amount of resources, but the Doppelsoldner is very, very, very tanky. And it will still do so much damage because of its splash that you don't really need the extra damage that the samurai does. And I definitely think if Germany was going to go with Dopps, then it is absolutely a scary thing that you need to be very careful of, especially because of their high movement speed. So we'll be putting them just underneath, just over, actually, the Dutch Halberdier, because they are available from the Second Age from the get-go without you having to send a card. Now, as I mentioned, the Samurai is pretty comparable to the Doppelsoldner. Oh, right, I also forgot to mention, Doppelsoldners are super upgradable to their stats through their various cards, and they have one in the Fortress Age, which, at the cost of a ton of your movement speed, which I do think is worth it, assuming you have gotten the other movement speed cards. The card gives them an Imperial upgrade's worth of stats, 50% HP and attack. Absolutely crazy. Now, the Samurai is a more damaging but less tanky Doppelsoldner, and they are very good. But the primary problem with Samurai is there is almost never a reason that you would want to pick the Samurai over the Ashigaru Musketeer. One of the reasons that Dopps are really good with Germany is because it fills the hole. It fills a unit hole for Germany that is heavy infantry, because Germany does not have a musketeer. But Japan does have a musketeer, and so the Samurai has to compete with that. And because of that, it is significantly lower on the list. You do still see them, and I definitely think they are better than Tomahawks, but we're going to place them right here, I think, and that is where they're going to stick. If you like using Samurai, just use Ashigaru instead. Next is the Macemen, available to the Inca. The Macemen is going to be down here, lower than a little higher than the Halberdiers, but lower than the Rajput, I think. The Macemen is a 3-pop, it's like a 3-pop samurai, except that it doesn't... Inca has so many better units to pick from that outclass the Macemen, that the Macemen has to compete with, that it really is kind of a shame, because the Macemen have fantastic sound effects and animations. They just go bonk, bonk, bonk whenever they attack, and it's really great to listen to. But ultimately, the best use I find for Macemen usually is transforming them into light cannons if you're doing some sort of goofy Tupac rebellion strat with Inca, which I do recommend giving a shot by massing Macemen and Chimu specifically to turn them all into Hussar and light cannons. It's a very fun strat that it's not meta or anything, but it's a very fun strat that I do think you should give a try. And then lastly, we have the Aztec Skull Knights. Now, if you have seen some of my videos on Aztec, you'll know that I am a huge fan of the Skull Knights. And I have absolutely zero qualms once you get to the Industrial Age, with just switching it off the XP dance and putting it onto the Skull Knights anyways. By the time you reach the Industrial Age, you'll probably have most of your shipments anyways, so it doesn't really hurt you that much, because Aztec just gains so much XP between their warrior priests and the Explorer. So the Skull Knight is just an absolute monster. It's Shadow Tex. It's available in each age. It gains benefit from all of the Knight combat cards. It doesn't gain benefit from Scorched Earth, but it does gain benefit from all of the Knight combat cards. And they have a upgrade card that boosts their movement speed to 4.5. As well as all of their the splash on all of their attacks from 2 to 3. Which is just an absolutely terrifying prospect. Put simply, if you send that card that ships 11 Skull Knights and gives them movement speed and splash, if your Skull Knights touch anything, it will die. Point blank, period. Now, 4.5 isn't a ton of movement speed, but you can remedy this by utilizing the Aztec Explorer to snare enemies, which is what most Aztec players do anyways, because the Explorer is super integral to the Aztec playstyle. And as a result of that, I think I will be putting the Skull Knight. It's even used in like their H2 rushes. And the Skull Knight, if touching anything here, would win in a fight. Point blank, period. Skull Knights, just if they touch something, they win. And as a result, I do think we will be putting the Skull Knight probably right here. Just because they are a little bit hard to train, I do think that overall the Puma Spearmen is better. Well, no, because the Puma Spearmen lose against a lot of the things that Puma Spearmen lose to, whereas Skull Knights just demolish everything they touch. I don't think they're better than the Plume Spearmen, just because Plume Spearmen are easy to mass with the Jungle Bowmen, which make a great unit comp throughout the entire game. So I think this is where we will be putting the Aztec Skull Knight. And with that, that leaves all of the new units available to the newer civs. So first is the Regular. For the longest time, I thought the Regular had identical stats to the normal Musketeer, with the exception of its +2 range. This actually isn't true. It actually has higher attack than the normal Musketeer. Normal Musketeers have 23 attack, and the Regular has 25, which means that it only takes 7 Regulars to one-shot a villager, as opposed to the 8 you would need with Musketeers. Which is a definite note in their benefit in the second age especially. It also means they get more benefit from combat cards. USA does have a combat card for regulars that boosts all heavy infantry as well as the Explorer by 15%, for both HP and attack. Now, the Regular is a little bit more expensive than the Musketeer. It costs 5 extra resources in grand total, and is also evenly distributed between food and coin. 55 food, 50 coin, as opposed to the 75 food and 25 coin that the Musketeers cost. I do think, as an Age 2 unit, the Regular is a better option, because the range will allow them to even kite Musketeers a little bit before they go into all-out shootouts. Just a little bit, though. And I do think that the Regular is a very, very solid option throughout pretty much any point in the game. And for that reason, we will be putting the Musketeer probably at the top of B class. We might put the Dutch Halberdier right here, actually. I think that might be a better place for them. The USA Musketeer... Oh, it also combos well with the Gatling gun, which is something I forgot to mention. So maybe we'll actually boost them up a little bit. Perhaps like right here, or even here. Something like this. I think that's a good spot for the Regular. Now, let's talk about the Gaskenya and Maigadi. The Gaskenya is the Ethiopian Musketeer. It is a ranged heavy infantry. It counters in melee. It has 1.5 attack speed. It has a little lower attack and HP than the normal Musketeer. And it also costs food wood. Its advantage is that it's pretty cheap in the early game, but pretty much when you're playing Ethiopia, the second you get out of the Commerce Age, you're going to stop making these in exchange for probably Neftenia Javelin Rider as your main unit comp with some Sebastopol mortars thrown in. So I do have I do have an issue justifying putting it anywhere outside probably the top of C tier. This is just my personal opinion, but I don't think the Gascania are great. They are cheap, it is true, but they are also weak, just like the Russian Musketeer. They are notably better than the Russian Musketeer, just in terms of stats and attack, as well as the fact that they don't batch train, which is a massive benefit to any unit. But I do think that is probably the best place for them, because Ethiopia does have better options once they get outside the Second Age. As for the Maigadi, so the Maigadi is the Hausa heavy infantry unit, and the Maigadi is available at the Palace, and it costs 200 export, which is quite a bit, but Hausa have lots of upgrades available to the Maigadi, and the Maigadi base stats absolutely smash. They have like 41 base attack or at range or something stupid like that, and even have a multiplier against mercenaries, which is better than pretty much any other musketeer can say, just because they don't have any multipliers at all. I mean, it won't do you a ton of good, but like, hey, multiply against mercenaries, why not? I'll take it, you know? They cost 200 export, which is very expensive, but Hausa has a card that both all-in-one boosts the Maigadi stats, as well as transitions their cost from 200 export to 100 export, 100 coin, which is a much easier macro to go for. And I think Maigadi, especially the H2 Maigadi play, is something that we don't see nearly enough from Hausa players, and is something that has lots of potential, I think, for build orders. However, just because they are very expensive as units, we'll probably put them just under the Jaguar Prowler Knight. Just like the Nizam Fusilier, you can... I think this is a pretty good pairing, actually. Just like the Nizam Fusilier, you can absolutely make very strong Maigadi build orders, but it's a little niche and requires some planning. But it is doable, and it is effective. So I think that's a pretty good spot. They also shadow tech, just like the Nizam Fusiliers. So yeah, I think they're pretty comparable. Now, the Soldado and the Insurgente. Once again, this is taking the February pup into account. With the February pup, Soldados are getting nerfed. Among other things, their grenade launcher ability that they get in the Industrial Age is getting nerfed. But the Soldado is very comparable to the Hussar in stats, in terms of HP and attack, and it costs 2 population and is more expensive than a normal Musketeer. However, it is cheaper than 2 Musketeers, which is something that does need to be stated. And basically, the Soldado is, in a sense, in terms of overall DPS in a shootout, the equivalent of 2 Musketeers. Me and my friends went into some matches to try to compare Soldados to Musketeers, and a pop of 3 Soldados will beat out a pop of 5 Musketeers, but they will always lose to 6 Musketeers. And likewise, they will beat out 9 Musketeers, but they lose to 10. So Soldados actually lose to Musketeers in equal population, but just barely win out over just less than that. And the fact that they are much easier to mass population-wise, just because they do they do take up 2 population, is a huge benefit for the Soldado. They're also very upgradable. With the Advanced Church card, you can get a 15% boost to attack and HP for free in exchange for a 30% increase to their train time. Now, this is taking the February pup notes into account, because at the moment they actually get 20% attack and hit points and get a 40% train time increase. Also, the grenade attack is something that usually activates at extra range, so it has 14 range as opposed to the 12 of a normal attack, and if they are at range, they will fire the grenade attack, which has splash, which is really, really good. You don't need me to tell you that. They are changing it though, so that the grenade launcher is becoming a charged action with a 15-second cooldown. It's 15 or 18 seconds, one of the two. So that is a nerf that's coming to the Soldado, but in any case, just because if somebody gets a 5 Soldado pop in H2, it is a very big threat that needs a lot of investment to try to counter. Especially just because it's tricky countering the Soldado, because you see 10 Soldado, and if you saw 10 Musketeers, you might make like 7 or 8 skirms and they'll take care of it. But if you try to throw 7 or 8 skirms against 10 Soldado, you're throwing 7 or 8 skirms at 20 Musketeers. And so it's tricky to wrap your head around the fact that, wait, I need way more skirms than I actually think I do. And just because of that mental pressure, I will put them in the S tier. Probably above the Carolean. And lastly is the Insurgente. Insurgente are a very solid unit. They're really weak. They're really fast. They have low siege. They're kind of like the Rattlero in terms of unit archetype, but they're super weak, like way weaker than the Rattlero. Their advantage, though, they have 2 main advantages. One is that they're really cheap and only cost 1 resource. They only cost 65 food. And the other super big advantage that Insurgentes have is that you can train them in batches of 10. Now, they do counter cavalry, but that's not really the role that Insurgentes play. The real role of the Insurgente is just to get up in your opponent's face and waste their time by being meat shields for your enemy to attack, while you wail into them with bigger units that you need to keep alive, like the Soldado. And that is the real purpose of the Insurgente, and it does fulfill that job very well. They are getting buffed in February as well, and I am inclined to put them above the Spain and Swedish Musketeer, but below the Spain and Swedish Pikemen, but below the standard Musketeer. I think that's a pretty decent spot for them. And here we have our list, and I just realized that this is pretty much this looks like super balanced. We have the S tier at the top with the least amount, the D tier at the bottom with the most amount, and the average quality units in the center. And this actually looks like really, really good as a tier list. It's very visually pleasing to me. So thank you for watching, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we are not done. Without any further ado, let's get started. We will start with the S-Class Dragoons. First and foremost, the best Dragoon in the game. Where are you? Here you are. The Reuter. I don't think anybody could ever dispute that the Reuter is like the best Dragoon in the game. They have their Royal Guard upgrade, they have the Cavalry Combat card, they are 1 population, they are cheap as all hell, they pack really tightly, and they're just overall fantastic units. And there's just no disputing it. Our next S-Class Dragoon is going to be the Eagle Runner. Like I said before in all of my other lists, a lot of this list will look very similar to Aussie Dragos, just because a lot of what he said back then still rings true for today. This is more so about any changes, differing opinions that an alternate point of view might have access to, as well as accounting for the new units. Which we will all hit last. So the Eagle Runner Knight is the Aztec Dragoon equivalent, and they are absolute monsters. They're a little slow to build up. You don't have great shipments. You don't have them in too high a quantity when it comes to shipments. I think they have a 6 Eagle Runner Knight shipment. But they are incredibly upgradable. They get a total of plus 30% in stats in the 3rd age, basically a guard upgrade. As well as a card that boosts their range up to 16. And what makes these guys really special is they are a 1-pop unit, just like the Dragoon, but they are they have the same DPS as a normal 2-pop Dragoon, and they have more HP than the Reuter, despite being 1-pop and having the same damage output as... even more damage output, I think, than a normal 2-pop Dragoon. They do 30 base damage at 3 speed, which it's actually 15 at 1.5, but, but these units are absolute monsters. They have 30% range resistance as well, which is among the highest for Dragoon classes. Dragoons generally have pretty low resistance, and these guys are just absolute monsters in general across the board. They got high HP for one population. They have absurd damage for their class, and they can. You get to a point where you get enough of them, they will just eat everything alive. Skirmishers, musketeers, everything. And that's pretty much it with the Eagle Runner. Let's see here. Our next S-Class will be the Lakota Bow Rider. So the Lakota Bow Rider, I keep accidentally going all the way to the top when I do that. The Lakota Bow Rider is a Dragoon available in the Second Age with very high HP and very high damage, and unlike every other unit listed here, the Bow Rider does not have a negative multiplier against villagers, and they also get the speed boost from the Explorers, so you can make these Bow Riders, and they will just go around and destroy all the villagers on the map, because unless you're playing United States or France, your villagers have melee resistance, so that makes these Bow Riders better at raiding than Axe Riders, really. These bow riders can be absolutely nuts. They have cavalry combat cards in the Second Age. They're fantastic units. And I don't think anybody would ever dispute that they belong in S tier. Now we've hit the top of the list, let's talk about the barrel bottom of the list. First up is the Black Rider. This is specifically the Swedish Black Rider, not any Black Rider shipments that are available to like Germany or anything like that, but specifically Swedish, because the Black Rider serves as Sweden's Dragoon type unit because they don't have one otherwise. Aussie Drongo put this in D as well, and it still continues to be in D, except even more so now. It might be lower in D. And that is just because Sweden's got nerfed since he made that list. Their coin gather rate has lowered. And as such, it just makes it very difficult, even more so than before, to mass Black Riders if you need them. And they also have melee resistance as well instead of range resistance, which does not help that much either, as most of the damage you're going to be taking in any given game will probably be ranged. So that is where the Black Rider lies. Our other D tier is going to be the Keshik from China. The Keshik is just, once again, as with all China units, they're tied to banner armies, which suck, because banner armies, you have to get them with another unit. I think one of the only ones that you would ever want to get Keshiks with is, like, they get Keshik Pike, which isn't great, because it's double anti-cav, which I suppose is okay if you really need some anti-cav. It's nice to have a full anti-cav option. But Keshiks would be better if you could just make just the Keshiks, but Keshiks are extremely squishy. They have very low damage, and on top of that, they don't even have a multiplier against artillery, which is something that pretty much every other Dragoon present here does in fact have. So that makes the Keshik just really an all-around bad anti-cavalry unit. China's best anti-cavalry unit is Dragoons from the Russian consulate, which is really funny because Russians don't have Dragoons. They have cavalry archers, which I suppose we'll talk about next. The Russian and Ottoman cavalry archers. These units have high DPS, but they are stand and fire. You can't hit and run with them very well. Because they only have high DPS when they're firing, and they also have it would be when they're standing still and firing, and they also have less movement than all of the other Dragoons, which is a rather important feature as your Dragoons need to be able to chase down cavalry. So just because of those reasons, I'm going to sit the Bow Riders in C tier. I think Aussie ended up putting them in B tier, but I can't see it personally. I really can't. So next we'll talk about the Bowless Warrior. Now previously the Bowless Warrior was in D tier for the Inca, but Inca have gotten the Bowless Warrior got a buff recently, and they're actually about to get a nerf according to the February pup notes. because they got so strong. So it used to be D tier because of their firing animation, where it's just like it's just like the British longbow, where they have to go through the whole wind-up animation before they throw their bolus. But it's even worse because they have 3 attack speed. So not only do you have to hit and run, but then you have to wait for the whole damn animation and for the whole damn 3 seconds before you fire again. So if you hit and run with these guys, you're firing like once every 4 seconds. It's really terrible. But they got an improvement to their fire rates that they threw at the beginning of the animation instead. And just because of that, it made the Bolus Warrior incredibly strong. They have multipliers against cavalry. They have splash damage. They snare from range. The only thing that they don't have going for them is a negative multiplier against infantry that is getting increased. So they're going to be doing even less damage to infantry after this next buff. But, I mean, really, they just pair so well with the Haraka, which is an S-class unit, that I'm going to go ahead and put Bolus Warriors with the February pup notes in mind in B tier. Just because they also do have the slowest movement of any unit here. Any unit present here, I'm pretty sure. So now let's talk about the War Wagon. War Wagon is the German unit. They're supposed to be dragoons that are 3 population and have high damage and range, but their damage and range just isn't high enough to warrant the extra 3 population and slow movement they have. So they kind of just sit at the top of B here. They're serviceable, don't get me wrong, but once again they have the Black Rider problem of being of having melee resistance instead of ranged, but they don't suffer from the Black Rider problem of costing way too much coin for the Civ to handle, because Germany has a pretty strong eco with the settler wagons and early game cards, so it is pretty not unreasonable to train war wagons. They definitely also have better shipments, considering the only way you get Black Riders as a shipment is by spending coin. So I do definitely think that the War Wagon is far, far better than the Black Rider. Specifically the Sweden trainable Black Rider. I do think a Black Rider shipment is much better than a War Wagon shipment if you're talking about like Germany and stuff. But War Wagons will sit here at the B tier. And now we'll talk about... Let's talk about the India units, the Zambarok and the Howdah. Zambaroks are extremely fast units. They have an insane speed. They also are available from the Second Age, making India one of the only civs with a really solid Age 2 Skirm Goon combo. They do pretty decent damage. They have the same problem that Sours do, which is just that they're really fucking squishy. Just super, super squishy. And I personally have never had too much success when using them when playing India, but I do understand that they're pretty decent. I'm going to place them just for the fact alone that they are available in the Second Age and very fast in A tier. I'll probably end up placing them at the bottom of A tier though, just because they don't have access to too many upgrades, and they do kind of fall off later in the game pretty hard. I just realized that we have another cavalry archer here. That's not supposed to be here. Oops. And then we'll finish off with the Howdah. So the Howdah I heard the Howdah described as what the War Wagon wants to be, and that's extremely true. It's a high population costing dragoon with lots of range and a very high attack, but unlike the War Wagon, it has enough extra range and attack to back it up. I mean, you can one-shot an Ulan with like 2 of these things. They are absolutely nuts in the damage department, and the fact that they have extra range means you can even the fact that you can have extra range means they can even fight like against musketeers and hit and run them and kill them in a couple hits too, just because they have like 78 base attack. It is absolutely nuts. And like all of the elephants that India has, they're very upgradable. They have a 20% combat card, a reduction to cost and train time, and a reduction to population cost. So I definitely think the Howdah is an underused India unit that I do think it's worse than the Zambarak only in the way that they are expensive and the Zambarak is available in the second age, whereas the Howdah is locked until third. But I do think it should sit in A tier in its rightful as its rightful place, right next to the Zambarak. I do think that overall India has extremely good anti-cavalry dragoon type units to pick from. So next we'll talk about the musket rider. The musket rider is the Haudenosaunee dragoon type unit. They are cheap but coin heavy, and like all Haudenosaunee, units, they are extremely tanky in combination with the cavalry combat card they have, as well as the explorer's HP aura. And but the fact that they are a little coin costing heavy, I'm just gonna put them. I don't know too much about them. I don't think I've seen too many Haudenosaunee players use them, so I'm just going to default to Aussie Drongo's choice to put them in B tier and say, yeah, that's probably fair. So sorry if you wanted an in-depth analysis on them. Now let's talk about the Yabasume. Now the Yabasume is it's the cavalry archer but Japanese, and the Yabasume is just like all of Japan's units, ridiculously upgradable to a point of serious question in terms of why they are that upgradable. Just like with all of Japan's units, they can get like almost 30% attack and 10% HP in auras around the map from various things, and they can just be DPS monsters. But like the cavalry archers, they start out pretty weak, and you definitely need to take your time to upgrade them. They're more of a late game unit and specifically meant to counter artillery more than cavalry. So for that, they do take a long time to build up. So I will put them probably at the bottom of B tier. I think that's an okay spot for them. Next is the Rifle Rider. The Rifle Rider is the Lakota unit. It has a 3 times multiplier against cavalry, a 6 times multiplier against artillery, and a 3 times multiplier against heavy cavalry. But it has both the light and heavy cavalry tags, which basically means that this thing hard counters artillery, musketeers, and hand cavalry, and is super hard countered by skirmishers and everything else on this list. And for that, they're very niche in that they can completely destroy one specific army comp. Like, for example, British's musketeer rocket. They can like solo an entire army comps of like musk cannon, but they lose really, really hard to a skirm-goon. But because they can solo an entire unit comp by themselves, I will put them probably above the Howdah. The Lakota also has a card that transforms all of their axe riders into rifle riders in the third age, which can be a really good switcheroo when somebody knows you're making lots of axe riders, so they make lots of musketeers, and then boom, you have the counter, just like that. And there is something definitely to be said for that. And now we get into the various dragoons. We'll start with Brits. Brits in Portugal have the best dragoons available to them. We'll put them probably at the top of A tier, I think is a pretty fair space for these. They have lots of combat cards available to them, as well as extra range cards, which aren't quite as important as in 1v1 as they are for team games. But I still do think they are very viable options. And yeah, they're just overall very strong dragoons with lots of upgrade potential. If a Brit player wants to make goons, go right ahead. If a Portugal player wants to make dragoons, by all means. In fact, I think I might actually place the Portugal dragoon higher just because they also have the Royal Guard upgrade for the extra 10%. The German and Spain dragoons are also very good, just because they are dragoons. I do think they do notably have worse upgrades. However, well, not worse upgrades. They just have less upgrades available to them than Portugal and Great Britain have. Lastly, it's time for the new civilizations dragoons. Starting with the Carbine Cavalry. The Carbine Cavalry is at the bottom of C tier. So Carbine Cavalry have a faster rate of fire than the other dragoons, but they fire in 2 separate shots, meaning they go pop pop, and then they load. And they don't have 1.5; they have 2.2 for their ranged attack speed, which makes them very difficult to kite with because because they have half the attack of a dragoon, just like a cavalry archer. But whereas a cavalry archer theoretically could hit and run and fire once every 5 seconds, 1.5 seconds, the Carbine Cavalry, if he hits and run, he has to hit and run once every 2.2 seconds. And it just makes them very low in the damage department unless they are standing and firing, just like the cavalry archer, but notably worse than the cavalry archer because their hit and run is even worse, just because it's slower. They do have a 25% attack plus 10% range resist upgrade, which gives them a total of 20% range resist, but it is not high enough to bring them up any higher than C tier, just because nobody uses that card, because the Carbine Cavalry still suck. If US play, and that is a big problem USA has in terms of unit composition, is they just have really low, really bad anti-cavalry in general across the board. If you're a US player and you want good massable anti-cav, you want to use the USA Dragoon, available through the Armand's Legion, which makes them trainable at forts. Now you'll notice that I didn't put the Ulan or the Magyar Hussar in the heavy cavalry tier list, and on one hand, it's because I forgot. And on the other hand, I forgot because nobody uses them, because Georgia, the fact that the Georgia Hussar cards exists kind of makes the normal USA Hussar outclass the other two, the Ulans and the Magyar Hussar, and there's just never any reason to send those. But there is a reason to send the Goons, so I am putting them here. USA gets access to a 9 Goon shipment and the ability to train them at forts, which is your best bet for massing anti-cav if you need it. I actually have a USA build order that is based around getting 2 forts and the 9 Ulan card in, and the 9 Dragoon card in, and starting to produce Dragoons within 10 minutes or something within 8 minutes or something like that. And it's definitely a really cool build order, but it is true that this does make the USA Dragoons have a very high upfront cost, because you either need 1 shipment and 500 food, 1,000 wood, and 600 coin, so that you can ship the shipment and build a fort, or you need 2 shipments, 500 food, and 500 coins, so you can send the shipment. One for the Dragoons and one for the fort, which does make them a very high costing unit in terms of actually making. They get the extra 10% from coming from the Legion, but they don't have. But USA doesn't have any other combat cards that can affect the Dragoons. Not even the Florida one. The Florida one only affects hand cavalry. So I will say that this does make the USA Dragoon easily the worst of the Dragoons. I'll put it probably right here. I do like it just because even though the shipment is expensive, you get 9 of them, and that's really powerful. And they also shadow tech, so that can help make up for the resource cost right there as well. In fact, I think I might actually bump them above the Bolus Warrior. No, the Bolus Warrior is pretty good. I think that's a pretty fair spot right there. As for the Mexico Dragoon, Mexico actually has the Dragoon available to them just on their own, and they also have a card that boosts them in damage as well as enables them to be trained in the Second Age. And unlike the USA one, it's free, which basically just makes them already way better than the USA Dragoons. You don't see a lot of Mexico players use it very often, just because their cavalry is kind of, them as anti-cavalry is kind of outclassed by the soldado, which we will talk about in the heavy infantry tier list when we get to it. Should be up next, I think. So we will put the Mexico Dragoon right here. It's better than the USA Dragoon at the very least, but it's still not one of the civilization's primary assets that you really ever see people going with. So that is where that will stay. And lastly is the Javelin Rider, available to Ethiopia and Hausa. I am clumping them together. The Javelin Rider is like the Reuter, but very tanky. And they also have a 1.5 rate of fire. Javelin Riders are very, very good. Just all around. They have combat cards for both civs, and they definitely deserve a place high up on the tier list. Probably top of A, maybe bottom of S. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't played against too many Hausa and Ethiopia players, so I'm not exactly the expert, but I do know that the Javelin Rider is very, very strong. I know they were S at some point, but I also know they got nerfed, and I don't know how big of a nerf that was, so for now, this is where they will stay. If you have any thoughts regarding any of these placements, please let me know. Specifically in relation to the Javelin Rider, I'm very curious to hear people's stances on the Javelin Rider. Let's get into it, shall we? First thing that we're going to put in is the S-Class, and we'll get the obvious ones out of the way. The Cuirassier. Cuirassier has high enough damage, is super tanky, it has high enough damage and splash that it can get away with fighting its counters, and it's just super tanky because of it. Specifically, it also scales off H3 stats, and so works really well with the cavalry combat card, which boosts it immensely. And it also scales really hard into the endgame because of this as well. So that is what makes the Cuirassier up there, just simply because of its absolute tankiness. Before we go too further into the S-classes, I just wanted to throw out the three kind of archetypes, shall we say, for the heavy cavalry. You have what I call the bonk whack-a-mole type, which is things like the Hussar, where they just bonk things on the head with their swords and do damage. And they're kind of tanky, and they do a decent chunk of damage for their population, and that's about it. Then you have the splash type, which is things like the Cuirassier or the Iron Flail, for example, from China, that are based around doing splash damage to as many things as possible. And really spreading their damage out over lots of different units. And then you have what I call the Lancer types, which are obviously things like Lancer or Naginata Riders, which have lower attack, but a high multiplier against infantry. And all of these have their merits, and a lot of people question why they might ever want a Hussar when they might have the option for a Lancer type instead. Well, the Hussar has its use as well, because the Hussar beats the Lancer types. The Hussar isn't just a whack-a-mole used against skirmishers, it's also a face tank in general, as they're pretty tanky, and win against a lot of the other more specialized cavalry units. So every unit has its flaws and gains, and the Hussar specifically are units that perform well against their counters, but also perform well against others in their weight class. Even if they don't perform as well against their counters as some others. So with that out of the way, we'll actually get into this. The Chima Runner is a whack-a-mole type, just like a Hussar. And as we all know, the Chima Runner is in S-Class. Once again, just as Aussie Drongo stated, it's because of their excellent pathing, the fact that they can just slip into ranks and just start beating out all the enemies. It just makes the Chima Runner fantastic. You can slip them right into the enemy and hit attack move. The case used to be that Chima Runners could not be snared. This is no longer the case. They can now be snared, but they have a Carolean-esque big button charge ability on them that temporarily increases their movement speed and removes their capability to be snared. So they're very, very good at dealing with artillery as well. And the Chima Runner is just overall an extremely powerful unit. I think it has like 20 or 22 base damage as well. At one population, that is a ton of damage for a shock infantry unit like it is. So next we will be going over the next S-class, which is going to be the Takola Soldier. It is a Lancer type with like something ridiculous like a 4 times multiplier against infantry or something silly like that, kind of like a Lancer. Kind of like an Elmedi. These dudes are the Lakota shipment only / ceremonial, the community plaza unit, and they are just absolute monsters on the battlefields. They can outspeed dragoons because of the explorers. So they even have really high movement speed on top of their very tanky stats. They have range resistance as well, so it takes a little bit longer for them to get one-shot by things like Dragoon types and stuff like that. I will say, however, that I do think the Heavy Cavalry class has gotten a little bit worse, and that is mostly just because, as I mentioned with the Skirmishers, the increased amount of unit selection from 50 to 90, I think it kind of hurts the Hussar class, because most of these cost 2 populations, so you're never going to be able to have more than 50 of them anyways. But with Skirmishers, the fact that you're able to control so many more of them makes them a lot more appealing and easier to control against things like Huss raids, and you can very easily mass enough that you can shoot down a Hussar in one hit if you have enough of them. And so I do think, and that is something that was a lot harder to do before because of the unit selection cap at 50. So I do think that the Heavy Cavalry class has gotten a little bit worse, with Pathan becoming a little bit more important, but it is still overall a very, very solid and important class in this game. And there are a lot of S-tier cavalry as well. And I just realized I don't have the Spahi here. Shit. Fuck. Okay, I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. It turns out I was blind, and the Spahi is right here. Okay, so we're going to put the Spahi also in S-class. It is just overall a extremely solid unit. It's available only through shipments, which does kind of suck, but the Ottomans are very, very reliant on this unit when it comes to the Fortress and Industrial Age, and for good reason, because Spahi are absolute monsters and game changers. They're tanky like the Cuirassier, but have the damage output of the Takola. It is absolutely nuts. Spahi, stat for stat, are like some of the best units in this game. So next, we will talk about... Let's talk about the Hackapella. So Aussie put the Hackapella in C tier, and I would say that's probably justified. So the Hackapella, despite being a ranged cavalry unit, is treated as a heavy cavalry in terms of its multipliers. It has a ranged pistol attack that is short and high damage, and it's supposed to be treated as basically a Hussar, but with range attack with range damage instead of melee damage. And the primary problem with this is that the main things that cavalry in particular are supposed to counter, i.e. skirms and artillery, all have range resistance. So there's the uses for this unit are extremely niche. It does perform better against heavy cavalry, against heavy infantry, just because heavy infantry often have have melee resistance. But of course that also comes at the cost of having less HP than the Hussar, so then they still lose to heavy infantry. And there's just... The uses for this unit are very niche. They're also coin-heavy, which is not great. They do, weirdly enough, have a multiplier against pets. So if you're fighting some India player who is like trying to rush you down with like tigers and stuff, which does happen occasionally. You can send the early Hack-a-Pellets card and use those to counter. Or towards the late game, if a Aztec player sends his Jaguar card or an Inca player sends the Peruvian Dogs card, Hack-a-Pellets can be used in those situations to help deal with those units. So they're not entirely useless, but they're so niche, I wouldn't put them any higher than C tier. It doesn't help that... I suppose we could actually put them in D, just because it doesn't help that Sweden's coin gathering got nerfed especially hard at the Torps. So all of their coin gathering did at the Torps, but I think it shows the most in coin. Next, we will talk about, let's see, we'll talk about the Ulan. Aussie, once again, put this, I don't remember where we put this actually, it was C or B. We'll put it in B, I guess, just because they are high damage. And his main reasoning was there's not a single Germany player in the universe who doesn't wish that the Ulan was a Hussar, because his Ulans just lose to everything because they're so incredibly squishy. They have super high damage output, but 190 HP with a 2-pop Huss unit is just not fantastic. Because you can't, while you can mass them easily, you can't mass enough of them to tank anything, and so you do have to be very selective and extremely watchful with where your Ulans are placed, because they will die in seconds if the enemy gets any kind of counter on top of them. They are still great for raids. I would argue that Hussar are better for raids because they take more than 3 town center shots to die from. But other than that is where we're going to stick the Ulan for now. I may or may not adjust it later. We'll also talk about the Sour. The Sour is in much the same place as the Ulan for much of the same reasons, but I do think it is notably worse than the Ulan. It is faster. They are both available in the second, but they both suffer from the same problem of being very, very squishy. Sours will die in seconds, just like Ulans will. And the Sours' main thing is that they have Lancer-type multipliers, where they have a 2 times against infantry and a 0.5 against heavy infantry to counter that out. And they have 20 base damage. They do 40 damage to skirmishers and 20 to everything else. And this is, I think, rather unfortunate, and I do think it is worse than the Ulans because the multiplier is so big that their base attack has to be so small. So in addition to being squishy, they also suck against everything that they do not directly counter. They do have their place in the game, but I definitely think that once you hit H3 as an India player, you're probably going to stop using these in exchange for better units. So that is where we will place Sours. Let's talk about the Cossack now. So the Cossack, it's a whack-a-mole type, just like all of these have been. But just because of the it is a 1 population unit with very high stats for a 1 pop unit, and in that regard it's kind of similar to the Reuter, and so it is just overall a very solid A tier cavalry unit that will probably end up being at the top of A tier. It's nothing ridiculous like the Cuirassier or the Chimus or the Spahiar, but if you see an army of Cossacks, you do need to be very careful because they can mass a lot of them. And they are pretty cheap just because most of Russia's units are cheap. Let's talk about the Konya Horsemen. We'll put the Konya Horsemen higher than the Sour. But it's definitely nowhere near, nothing out of B tier, and that's mostly just because it costs wood. And wood is just not, as everybody knows, wood is just not a great resource it is just not a great thing for the longevity of a unit type. It's actually one of the things I really like about the Arrow Knight in the artillery class. It's one of the only artilleries that doesn't cost wood. It's food and coin. So for that reason, I do think the Konya is definitely hurt by its cost. It is very tanky. It starts out with less HP than a Hussar, but As with all of Howard's units, they're very upgradable. Just through the use of TPs and the Explorer aura and cards and such, and the Kanya Horseman can just absolutely face tank everything in the game, and that is a very, very nice thing going forward. But it's not enough, I don't think, just because of that wood cost. And it's not like the Coyote Runner, which also costs wood, which got moved up a place, I do believe, for the Aztecs, just because there is a card in Age 3 that can convert their wood cost to a food cost. So we're going to put... previously, Aussie put these in C, but because of the new inclusion of the Aztec mining card, I definitely think they are above C. I think they're better than the Ulan now, in all honesty. They have less hit points, but they're also half the population. So they're a whack-a-mole type, but they're more closely related to the Cossack now in terms of raw stats. They're also smaller models than most of these cavalry units, so they do have better pathing, but the pathing is nowhere near as good as the Chimu. There is also the notable benefit that Coyote Runners can go into stealth if you send the Stealth Coyotes card in Age 2, whereas Chimus have to wait until Age 4 for their Stealth card. But I don't think this is enough to put the Coyotes any higher on the list, just because no Aztec player puts the Stealth Coyotes card in their decks, because the Aztec actually are one of the civs that exhaust most of their cards each game because of the sheer amount of XP they get. And so you have to be very, very selective of which cards you actually put in your deck. And the Coyote Runner and the Stealth Coyotes is just not a high priority card as opposed to other more important upgrades and cards. So it's not... So just because they can go stealth, I'm not going to put them any higher because of it, because you'll very rarely find an Aztec player who actually has and sends that card. So next, we'll talk about some of the Lancer types, I guess, starting with the Lancer. Aussie put the Lancer in B tier, and that's probably fair. They're decently tanky. They have a 2x multiplier against all infantry, but unlike every single other one of the Lancer types, except for like Elmedi, but that's a mercenary, they don't have a negative multiplier against... They don't have a negative multiplier against heavy infantry, like the Sours do. So they are tankier than the Sour, cost the same amount of population, and do more damage to heavy infantry than the Sour, which just makes them better than Sours. They even have the same base attack as a Sour, so it really is a side-by-side comparison on how much better the Lancer is than the Sour. And honestly, the more I think about it, I think I'll put the Sour in C tier. I also think the Lancer is better than the Kanya Horseman. I don't think it's better than the Ulan, just because the Ulan is something that the Germany will always have plenty. It will always have in spades, just because of their bonus incoming with shipments. I think this right here is going to be a pretty fair spot for the Lancer. It definitely outclasses the Sour, I think. It will still lose against like pretty much every single thing here. But it wins, but it does perform better against its counters than the Sours do. So that is definitely a point in its favor there. Let's talk about the Mahout Lancer, since we talked about the Sour. So the Mahout Lancer is a Lancer type, and that has multipliers against... the Mahout Lancer is a Lancer type, and that has multipliers against infantry, and negative multipliers against heavy infantry to counter it out. But it's also like the Cuirassier in that it has splash as well. So this really... And it's also tanky as ever-living fuck. So it really is, I think, a fantastic cavalry unit that belongs in A tier. It does come at the cost of costing a lot of population, but there are cards to remedy this, and if you want to go heavy on the elephants as India, it is absolutely possible. Their combat card affects all elephants, so all 3 of the elephant units, And the card for the elephant combat card is a 20%, which is very notable considering all of the elephants have stupid high stats that scale in the Fortress Age. So I do think that the Mahout is definitely a fantastic card. They have cards that can reduce their cost and their train speed and their population cost as well. And I do think that if you want to go heavy on the elephants as India, it is something that you can absolutely do. Because they are very upgradable. You also have the Mansabdar. And also the 2 and 3 Mahout Lancers available in the Third Age, the shipments for India, are absolutely fantastic shipments that should never go overlooked. As Aussie said, in combination with an aggro with a forward aggro like most India players will do, or even a defensive one, it just makes it very, very difficult to push an India player once they get to the Third Age, because even if they don't have any Sours on the field, you're going to need some anti-cav, because there's always the possibility that he can pop Mahouts on you from a shipment, and it is just something you always need to be careful of watching. Now let's talk about the Opry, since we talked about the Cossack. Let's just finish off the Russia units. The Opry we're going to put in probably A tier. It's not really good. We'll put it at the bottom of A tier, so whatever else comes in A tier will go below the Cossack. We'll go in front of the Opry. So Opries, obviously their primary job is to run around the map, be annoying, and siege down as many things as they possibly can, and they're definitely very good at that. What definitely holds them back, and the reason I'm going to put them at the bottom of A, is just that they lose against everything else here even harder than the Lancer and Sourd. Their only specific purpose is raiding and burning stuff down, and it is only because they are so hilariously good at their job that I'm going to keep them in A. I might even bump them down to B, honestly, depending on how this list looks. But they are definitely a little worse than they were in Legacy, just because the Cav box is no longer a glitch that you can do. So that is something that definitely hurts the Opry in that regard. Next, let's talk about the Axe Rider. We're just going to go ahead and put up in S tier along with the Takola Soldier. Just because it is, like, in terms of the Whack-A-Mole type Hussar units that are on Cav and not Achievement Runner, they are the best of the best. Point blank period. And it is because they have a very decent HP pool and a very, very high attack in exchange for their decent HP pool. It's comparable to the Ulan. They also have the movement speed. They also have the movement speed aura from their Explorer. And it is overall just an extremely solid choice. I guess now we'll talk about the 3 China units, starting with the Steppe Rider. Aussie put these in D. I, however, am going to put them in C. Probably above the Sour, because I just really don't like the Sour. The Steppe Rider is a 1-pop Lancer type, so it's like a Cossack, but with lower attack and multipliers against
I think you were
Jesus Christ! Oh my god, you scared the fuck out of me! Oh my god! Oh! Oh my Jesus fuck! You made me jump out of my seat! Oh! I'm not talking to myself, I'm recording.
I joined the server and you're just talking. I'm like,
That's gonna be great on the tier list video. Oh my god.
I realized that's what you were doing halfway through, so.
You want me to pull up a stream for you?
Sure.
Let's see here. That's where we're at. Any questions? Any disagreements?
Nope.
Okay, great. We'll move on. The Chinese Iron Flail is going to be at the bottom of D, even below the Hackapellet. And that's just it. So they are a Cuirassier type in that they have low base and high splash. but their stats are just not great for a 2-pop unit, and the splash is so small that it doesn't really matter. There's also the fact that they get hurt by. There's also the fact that China once again has banner armies, which are always a bad thing, and banner armies suck because you always have the split army, and you always have to have the resources for the full batch before you start training it. Whereas opposed to the musketeer, where you can just train 1 and then switch it to 5 right before it pops. Then we have the meteor hammers. I believe this one is. The meteor hammer is notably much better. I'm going to put it right here. Once again, it is hurt by the banner armies because it's paired with the iron flail, and you can't get them without the iron flail, which sucks because iron flails are absolute ass. But meteor hammers have a melee attack, but they have like 6 range on it, and it has a multiplier against artillery. So I think they're pretty decent, actually. What do you think about these two, Chase?
I mean, I'm not too knowledgeable about China.
That's fair enough. The Naginata Rider, we're going to put in S tier, probably towards the bottom of S tier. Because it is, except for the Takola Soldier, like the best of the Lancer types, in that it has the same like multipliers as it has multipliers against infantry like the Lancer. It does have negative multipliers against heavy infantry, but whereas the Lancer has low attack and loses really hard to everything else here, the Naginata Rider is extremely upgradable and has a much higher base attack than the Lancers, so it can fight against the other Hussar types as well pretty decently.
Yeah, and the multiplier against skirms is really nice.
And having like 30% attack and 10% aura and 10% HP in auras is also ridiculous.
Also true. Yeah, the Naginata, definitely not OP, but one of the best Hussar type, heavy cab type units in the game.
Yep. So you missed it earlier, obviously, because you weren't here. But I kind of broke down the 3 Huss classes, the 3 heavy clav classes into like the heavy clav classes into like 3 subclasses. You have what I call the whack-a-mole ones, which are like the Hussar, where they walk around and they hit things and they tank, and that's all they do. The Lancer types, which have multipliers against infantry, and the Cuirassier type, which have splash. The Naginata Rider is the best of the Lancers by far, I do think, except for the Takola Soldier.
Yeah, probably.
This one right here is the Lafitte Knight. I definitely think the Lafitte Knight... So, actually, let's talk about... I always talk about the new units last. The Tushunki Prowler. This is the Lakota heavy cavalry unit available in Age 3 that has a build limit on it. And their gimmick is that they can go stealth. That's their gimmick. Aussie put them in C. I'll put them at the top of C, because I do think that's fair. The Tushunki don't have incredible stats. You need a card to increase their build limit, and it kind of telegraphs that you're going Tushunki pretty easily, and if somebody sees that, they're going to bring out their Explorer, and they're going to keep they're going to try to spot your Tushunki all day long, so it's a very easy one to try to see coming. You play Lakota, Chase. What are your thoughts? Do you think they should go higher, lower?
I mean, again, I just started playing Lakota, and I haven't really used the Prowlers.
Okay.
Probably to their effectiveness.
Got it. I think they do have higher siege than normal cavalry units that Lakota has.
They might. But,
like, Lakota also has the siege dance, so there's not really too much of a point there. And I do believe that leaves only the Hussar and the new units. Right? Yeah. There's nothing else here that I missed. Okay, so the British Hussar goes in A because the Brits have pretty good Hussar upgrades and enough early game economy to support going pure Hussar in the second age. And it's something that they can absolutely do and can really throw off your opponent, who is probably expecting them to go longbowmen or musketeers, and now you have to face pretty beefed up hussar. So I think that's a pretty fair spot for them. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you do see Brits go hussar more often than not, which is kind of unexpected, but maybe that's coming into the meta more often. Maybe it's just becoming more popular because they are pretty good units, especially if you're not expecting it.
Yeah. I do think the Swedish Hussar are better because it is even more unexpected, and because I've seen the way I've seen you use it, I know that the stats they can reach can be absolutely fucking nuts. They can be equivalents to Age 3 Hussar in the second age very easily.
Yeah, and then once you hit Age 3, they're even better.
Yeah, so I definitely think the Swedish Hussar is better than the British Hussar. Just because if a Swede player chooses to go for Hussar, it's so much more unexpected and harder to deal with than the British.
Yeah, as long as you can keep your mass alive.
Yeah, as long as you can keep the mass
which is
alive.
The harder part.
I think it's probably better in team games.
Yeah, agreed.
Because I mean, I'm pretty sure our Hussar Cowboy strat is undefeated.
It might be. It's a good likelihood.
Yeah. Spain Hussar. Aussie put these in B. However, I'm going to put them towards the bottom of A. Oh, the Ilbri should be at the bottom of A as well. And this is because, do you remember that game we played? I think it was a comp. I was going Marines or something like that, and the Spain player, we destroyed his base, and he basically just sent Unction and spammed Hussar the entire game and stayed in the second age. And his
terrible.
Age 2 Hussar were running around the map in like 25 minutes holding their own because they had like 45 attack.
Yeah, Unction is nuts.
That is why I put the Spain Hussar in A tier. Just because of Unction and the fact that Unction can perform well with the Hussar because the Hussar has high bases and the Unction missionaries are also cavalry and can keep up with them in speed.
Yeah, those missionaries are really ridiculously fast.
Yeah. Portuguese Hussar, I'd probably define as the culmination of average. Is that fair?
Seeing as I played ports as in our level 1 Civ matchup, I don't have the knowledge. We don't see a lot of ports playing on the ladder either, so I mean ports definitely have better units, like their Castadors and their Dragoons are pretty good, so that's what you see a lot of.
And their Musketeers. The Musketeers actually pair really well with the Castadors because all the upgrade cards for Castadors also affect the Musketeers. But I do think that the Portuguese Hussar is just the definition of average. Like if I were to ask you what is the most average Hussar unit in the game, I would say you would say ports, because ports don't have anything special about their Hussar. It's serviceable, it is. It's just not as good as like anything else. You know?
That's fair.
The same can probably be said for Ottomans, but I will place the Ottoman Hussar higher, because the Ottomans do have upgrade cards for their Hussar, as well as a Royal Guard upgrade. The problem is you never see auto players go Hussar, because auto Hussar is even more outclassed by Janissary Obus than British Hussar is outclassed by Musketeers. Is the problem. And so while the Ottoman do have good upgrades for the Hussars, they generally will omit these so that they have more room for upgrades for their infantry instead.
That makes sense.
French Hussar. I think these go probably an A above Brits. And Sweden, actually.
Yes.
And this is just because it's as easy as it is for Sweden to get like fantastic Hussars. France can do the exact same shit, and it's way more sustainable because of Courrier de Bois. And also their cavalry, one of their cavalry combat cards in H2 is a team card, I'm pretty sure. So It's just France goes H2 Huss. Yes, sir. Bring it all the way. Switch under Cuirassiers when you get to H3, but like, yes, please. You know.
Mm-hmm.
The Dutch Hussar. I'll probably put the Dutch Hussar above the Coyote Runner. And Dutch do have lots of coin production, so it's very easy for them to go with the Hussar, and they pair very well with the H2 skirmishers that Dutch has. It's just an overall solid choice if you're playing Dutch. It's not great, it's just solid, you know.
It's no Reuter.
It's no Reuter. That is very true. But as an H2 unit, it's pretty great. And now we'll talk about the new units that have come out with the 4 civilizations since. So the Shuttle Warrior is it's an equivalent of like the Coyote Runner and the Chima Runner for Inca and Aztec, but it's also way worse than either of them. I'm gonna put it like right here, or put it below the Tashunki Prowler. And that's because it has similar HP to the Coyote and the Chimu, and similar speed, and it costs 1, and it's shock infantry and all that, but it's Lancer type. So it does 13 base damage with a 1.25 against heavy infantry, and a negative multiplier, against infantry, and a negative multiplier against heavy. But the problem is, its base attack is so low that even with the multiplier, it does less damage than the Coyote Runner or the Chimo Runner. It does.
Oh, that's awful.
Yeah, it does 16 damage against infantry, and Coyotes, I'm pretty sure, do 17 or 18 at base, and Chimus do like 20. So it's got the benefits of the Coyote and the Chimu in terms of costing 1 pop and being a small unit and having decent pathing, but its damage is just so shit that it doesn't matter.
Gotcha.
The Raider is just Ulans, but better. They're probably Ulans, but worse, actually. They are pretty upgradable for Hausa. They have a larger HP pool, but much lower damage. No, they are definitely Ulans, but better, because I forget they are 1 population, and Ulans are 2. So Raiders are just very solid throughout the whole game. I'll probably put them in A above the Opry. The more I think about it, the more I keep moving them up. Definitely not above the Spain Hussar, I don't think. But Raiders are very, very solid. They only cost 1 population, and they have like the same siege as all of the 2 pop Huss. So I think that's really, really good. Any disagreement there?
Nope.
Okay. The Oromo Warrior it's like a Hackapellet, but it costs 3 pop and it has tons of damage, and it's Ethiopian. But just the fact that it's like the Hackapellet, it does have a higher rate of fire the closer you are, but I think the Hackapellet already has like 1.5 rate of fire on its range attack, right, Chase?
Yeah, it does.
And the Oromo starts at, I think, 4, and it goes down as they get closer to the enemy. So I can't justify putting it above probably the Tashinki or anything like that. They're really expensive. And they cost 3 population like the Cuirassiers, so you can't have very many of them, and they're just not worth it, I don't think. They're glass cannon-esque, that's true, but like, still. And that leaves the Lafiti Knights, the Chinako, and the USA Hussar. We'll probably talk about the USA Hussar first, since it's kind of generic, you know? So the USA Hussar is actually usable, and it is something that you can absolutely go for. I use the USA Hussars quite a bit when I played USA. And that's especially true after they got buffed recently with the Georgia Hussars card in Age 3, which makes Hussars cheaper, and it also upgrades them to the veteran status for free. Now, USA don't actually have any combat cards for Hussars until age 5 if they age with Florida, where they get 15% attack and hit points, as well as a reduction to their train speed. Which is not great, granted, but the fact that they are cheap makes these Hussars extremely spammable. and you can very easily mass large amounts of Hussars after you send that card. I think they only cost 102 food and 68 coin. Very, very, very cheap. And there's always the Inspiring Flag, which can boost attack as well. So I do think that the USA Hussar is better than the Coyote Runner, and probably better than the Dutch Hussar as well. There's. I know you don't play very much United States, Chase, but do you have any comment on that?
I mean, no, not really, other than the fact that you don't really see a bunch of USA players going with Hussar. I mean, they more commonly go for like Cowboys or some kind of outlaw build when they decide to go Hussar, or when they decide to go Cav.
Yeah, that's true. And that is definitely, the Cowboy is definitely going to be a lot higher on the list than the USA Hussar when I get to the Goon tier list. And that leaves the Lafitte Knight and the Chinako. Chinako has 290 HP. It has 25 base attack. It has Lancer multipliers like the Naginata. But it also has a Cavalry multiplier. So it performs just as well against the Hussar. The Cavalry multiplier is to kind of counter the fact that it has lower attack. So it actually performs just as well against the Hussar, or pretty much any of these, as the Hussar would, except for its lower HP values. But the fact is that Nagi are far more upgradable than the Chinakos, just because of the massive amount of attack boosts that you can get. Chinakos, however, can get an upgrade card that gives them a big button ability to go stealth without losing movement speed, which is really, really funny to use. So we will be putting the Chinako probably towards the top of A tier. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's definitely a really powerful unit that you see a lot of Mexican players using.
Yeah. And the Lafitte Knight, S. Probably like right here. Lafitte Knights are so fucking tanky. They don't have very much attack, but you can get a card that gives them splash, and they have a absolutely ridiculous amount of base HP in the second age. Even though they are age 3 locks, they have age 3 stats that can be upgraded in age 3. And Lafitte Knights are just so incredibly, ridiculously tanky. They don't lose. You can get a card that allows them an age 2, and they don't have any stat reduction on them. They are nuts all the way around. You can put them at the front, and it doesn't matter how much anti-cav your enemy has. You will just pelt at them with all of your other units behind the Lafitte Knights, and they will just soak up hits like it's nothing.
Yes. S tier, one of the best in the game.
I still remember the game when we were against a Hausa player, and you and I both went for like Pikemen and Caroleans. And I was using like plumed spearmen, actually, because I was playing Inca at the time. And the Lafitte Knights just rolled through us. It was nuts.
Mm-hmm.
With the help of some Fulani archers in the back line, of course. But this will be all to is that I have noticed the skirmisher class of units have gotten better over the last couple of patches. Just kind of not by any purposeful buff of the developers. But I have noticed that a lot more players have been spamming skirmisher units and only skirmisher units lately, because the amount of units you can select has gone up to like 90 or 99 or something like that. And as such, it makes it very easy to micro large amounts of skirmishers larger than 50. And as such, it just becomes so efficient to make a huge amount of skirms, and I think that is an unintentional buff to the entire skirmisher class, so I do believe that makes pretty much every single one of these units better than they were before. But for now, let's get into it, starting with the S-Class. My S-Class is going to look pretty much the same, maybe with some new additions, as Aussie Drongos. The first S-Class here is, of course, the one he started with, the Forest Prowler. Absolutely ridiculous unit. So good base HP. 20 damage, base damage in Age 3 is nuts on a skirmisher. They get 30% upgrades through... They get 30% worth of upgrades in attack and defense through various cards. They can get counter-infantry rifling. They get 10% HP from the Explorer and all the HP from the TPs. These guys have... They have high attack. They have high HP. They have 20 base range, and it can be upgraded through the lacrosse big button up to 22. I mean, these guys are just absolute monsters. You see some cav coming your way, and it just doesn't matter. You can just fucking snipe them down. It's nuts. The Forest Prowler is everything you want in a unit, all in one go. It is an absolutely beautiful piece of meat. Continuing with the theme of just kind of going over the stuff that Aussie Drongo went and any changes that I have in comparison to him. We have the Strellet, which I am also putting in S tier just because of its cost effectiveness and how easily it trades with other units. You can just let them die. They have a 20% upgrade card, as well as a 15% in Age 2. And they are just very, very solid across the board. You can just spam these out and have absolutely humongous, overwhelming quantities, and it is just nuts. I guess we'll start filling in the bottom row. We're going to have the Aena here. Aena is just more or less, it's a bad archer. It's a bit worse because it has to compete with the Forest Prowler. It has a rough animation where you have to wait for the entire wind-up of the bow to fire, kind of similar to a lot of the other archer units, especially. As I said, the beginning of this list is going to look very similar to Aussie Drongos. And we're continuing this trend with the Seton bow here for the exact same reasons as the Aena. There's just no reason that you would ever want to make Seton bows over pretty much anything else. Now, you will have to make them at some point. Of course you will. That is just as the game demands it, but there's just not a situation where you want to be planning on making Seton or Aena in your strategy. It's just not a good option. So that's the start of our S and the start of our D. Now, granted, you can still use these units. They still counter heavy infantry. It's not like they don't. It's just there's no reason where you would ever want to create a strategy based around these two. Whereas you can easily create strategies based around these two, and they're so desirable as units. Now, I guess we'll talk about the skirmisher, the skirmisher variants. So first we have the Dutch skirmisher, which I do agree with Aussie is the best of these skirmishers. Not necessarily for its upgrade potential, but just because, and not mind you, it is very upgradable. I definitely think, though, its upgrade potential is absolutely. It is not as important as the fact that it's available in Age 2, and it just combos so well together with the Reuter, which is, an S-tier Dragoon for sure. In terms of what the skirmisher, the Dutch skirmisher does for the civilization, it is absolutely paramount. As for Germany skirmishers, Aussie Drongo put them in B, but I'm inclined to put them in the A tier, just because in general, once you get to the third age with Germany, skirmishers are going to be one of your go-to units, and they're pretty integral. You have the 8 skirmisher followed by the 7 skirmisher shipment combo that's really, really good. And they do have an upgrade card and a Royal Guard upgrade, so they're just very solid, honestly. And I think they got a little underrated by Aussie Drongo in that in that video, so I'm going to put them up a little bit. As for France skirmishers, we're going to put France a little lower. I think I'll put them in B. And this is mostly just because France already have such an amazing array of units at their disposal, and you mostly see France players go cavalry more than anything else. So I do think that the French skirmisher does suffer a little bit just from the fact that France has so many other units to pick from, that the skirmisher doesn't always come to mind as the first unit that you want to use. When you get to age 3, generally they're going to be going cuirassiers or hussars or musketeers or any other sort of stuff. Now, they absolutely can go skirmishers, and it's a strong option, but it's just not the best. And as for Spain skirmishers would be the exact definition for me for average skirmisher, just completely average. There is nothing special about this skirmisher. You can upgrade it with unction, but there's really not too much. In terms of a perfect baseline centerpiece skirmisher that's serviceable, that works, but isn't necessarily the best skirmisher in the game, Spain skirmisher is exactly what comes to mind. It is the perfect middle ground, and as such, it deserves to be in the middle of the tier list. Now, granted, people seem to think that like B tier or A tier suck. No. B tier is the standard. B tier is the general position of where a normal unit of average quality is supposed to be. That is where it goes, and the Spain skirmisher is still a solid option. It's just not as solid as the other skirmishers are for the other civilizations that use them. Now, I guess we'll talk about Jaegers. I want to focus on the newer ones last, the newer civilizations last. So Jaegers, Aussie put them at the bottom of S after a comment was talking about them with range resistance, but I am gonna have to actually agree with his initial assessment of Jaegers, which is to put them more so at the top of A, and probably even lower now. I'll put them below the Germany skirmisher, and this is mostly just because Sweden has been nerfed a lot now, and Sweden's coin gather is no longer as relevant so that you can mass Jaegers, which you already kind of struggled to mass Jaegers before. Well, it's even harder now, especially at the Torque gathers, and generally Sweden players just don't have as much freedom as they do now to do things like mass skirmishers, because they just burn through their coins so fast already. All their coin mines go out and they just struggle. So I don't think the Jaeger is... I still think it's a good, solid option that you can ship them and then you can train them, but it's just not fantastic, as fantastic as any of the other skirmishers that are above them, for the simple reason that they are extremely hard to mass with Sweden. I do mention this because, in case I didn't mention this before, these are specifically Sweden Jaegers, since they are the trainable Jaegers that Sweden gets that they have in substitute of an actual skirmisher-type unit. You'll see the same thing with Black Riders when we get to the Dragoons page. I guess for now we'll talk about the China units, the Chukunu and the Arquebuser. I am similar to us. Once again, this list is going to look pretty similar across the board. The Chukunu and the Arquebuser are definitely going to be in the C tier. They are usable, solid units that are marred by the fact that you can't mass them quickly because they are attached to banner armies, and banner armies suck. I'm sorry, if you like banner armies, you're wrong. Banner armies suck. You have to get the resources for the entire batch before you train, and you can't train just one unit. You have to train a combination of two. Russia has the same issue with batch training, but it's not as terrible as it's not as monumentally terrible as it is for China, because at least you get all of one unit in a batch of 5 or 10 with the batch training Russia has. With these, it's fucking like 3, and it's awful. And I hate China. I really do. And I definitely think that these skirmishers are absolutely hindered by the fact that you have to take pikemen with them. There is no option to get them just alone except through shipments. That being said, the Chukunu does have quite a few shipments. They have quite a lot of cards, as well as the agent card specifically for them, and that I do think is worth pointing out, as much as just the Arquebuser has just better stats. So that is the reasoning for those. The British longbow, I will put at the top of B, very similar to Aussie, because they can just pump out a shit ton of damage, and they get 26 range after you upgrade them, which is which makes them having the highest range of any skirmisher unit in the game, having a total of 4 more than the Forest Prowler after all upgrades have come in. English longbowmen are definitely a fantastic unit. You can't hit and run with them as well, but that does become less of an issue after you get their range card. So you do still have to be careful of cavalry, but the longbowman does have some very, very high DPS, and it is definitely something that is worth looking into if you are any kind of British player and you've never given them a shot. I'm going to leave the Castor for later because I want to talk about the Castor in relation to the United the United States sharpshooters. So we'll get to the Castor later. Let's talk about another OP unit, the Yumi Archer S tier. Yeah, everybody knows. Everybody could have seen this coming. The Yumi Archer. Just most of the Japan units in general have incredible upgradability. Yumi Archer have several attack cards. They have a card that can raise their multiplier. They have cards that raise their range, their hit points, their attack, and then they have so many auras that are available to Japan. You can use the you can use the Daimyo for 10% attack, the Shogun for 10% hit points. Then on top of that, you can use the the Golden Pavilion for 10% range damage, and a further 7% attack from the Japanese isolationism at your consulate. And through this, you can have a total of like 27% attack increase on Yumi Archers, with 10% hit points, and they just shred everything. They're like the Forest Prowler in that it doesn't matter if you throw cav at them; they'll just shoot them down. Yumi are just absolutely incredible, and once again, only stronger because now you can. It's so much easier to control large masses of them. In fact, I think I might actually put them above the Strelet here. Yumi Archers are just absolutely nuts. They're one of the only troops. They're one of the only skirmisher types in the game, specifically archer types. They're one of the only archer types with a 3 rate of fire and firing at the beginning, making them more similar to actual skirmishers than other archers. Now to talk about the jungle bowmen. Definitely agree with putting them in A. I'm going to put them above the Jaeger as well as the German skirmisher, because jungle bowmen are very integral to the Inca playstyle, just like the skirmisher is very integral to the Dutch playstyle. Jungle bowmen, they fight well against their counters just because of the poison. They obviously don't have the absolutely bonkers damage that Yumi Archers can get, but they definitely perform very well. Just like the Yumi, they are the only other archer in the game that has a 3 for its attack speed and fires at the beginning, just like a rifled musketeer. That's just like a rifle unit, and it really shows. These units are very solid. They're very cheap to get as well, and there's just not really a whole lot you can say that's negative about the jungle bowmen. They have the Curare buff in Age 2 that buffs their poison, and just, yeah, they're good units, straight up. As for the Obusgun, so Obusgun is kind of weird because some people will say it's S, because some people will say it's S because it can shoot and scoot all day long and it has absolutely nutty attack power. And that's absolutely true, and they're available in the Second Age, just like the Yumi and the Strelets and the Dutch Skirmisher and the General Bowman, which is part of what makes all of these units so strong. And other people swear that if you just throw cav at them, they are weak as shit, which is also true, and they claim that obus guns are D tier. I'm inclined to agree with the initial assessment of Aussie that they're probably at the top of A tier. Just because they do siege damage, as we all know, and they just get around that resistance, that range resistance so well. And I think that is just a huge consideration, because they have like 40 base attack, too, in the Second Age. 40 base siege is just absolutely nuts. They have a negative multiplier against cavalry, but like they're still doing 20 damage a shot to cavalry, and that is more than like pretty much any other skirmisher here can say. These do 20 damage to cavalry in the Second Age. Aussie Drongo, I also believe, mentions their high melee attack range, which is very true. If you try to attack the obus guns, all his friends are going to be like, "Get off my friend!" They just like all converge onto your hussar. From very, like, they just have a really good attack range, and they're also extremely upgradable. The Ottomans have like 3 cards just in the Second Age that can buff the obus gun, and they're very, very solid units. If I have an Ottoman teammate, I want them to be spamming obus guns. That is what I want them to be doing all game long. It's just spam obus guns and let me spam another unit. So I definitely think that is a very fair placement for everything here so far. As I said, this all looks extremely similar to Aussie's so far. Next, we'll talk about the crossbowmen. This is specifically the Spanish crossbowmen, because Spain actually use their crossbowmen and other civs just don't, for good reason. Because if we were talking about other civs crossbowmen, well, they'd be fucking here. They're terrible units. There's no reason to ever take them unless you're really in a bind, or you play Spain, because Spain can definitely do some fast industrial strategies based around the crossbowmen. And that is something to take into account, but the thing is, it's just not something we see very often, is it? And I can't say I have very much experience fighting Spanish crossbows, and because of the simple fact that I just haven't seen them very much, I'm inclined to put them at the bottom of D with the Aena and the Seaton bowmen. Aussie put them in C, but for the simple fact that I've never seen them used, and I know how bad crossbowmen are when I use them, I generally just feel inclined to put them in B tier. So if I'm wrong about that, then I'm wrong about that. Oh well. The Gurkha is definitely, for sure, 100%, also just a picture-perfect representation of an average skirm right next to Spain. These units are, like, identical. What I will say, I actually am going to put the Gurkha above the Spanish skirmisher and above the French skirmisher, for the simple fact that it is available in Age 2 and has comparable stats to these, because having skirmishers available in Age 2 is a very big deal, and especially for India, because they also get access to Zambarak's Age 2, so they have solid skirm goon right from the Second Age, and they're like one of the only civs that can do this and do it well. And I definitely think that deserves some points there. So I do think that there is not anything particularly special about the Gurkha. It's just a solid skirmisher, but it's not exactly the picture of perfection or anything like that. But I definitely would place them pretty high. Not quite English longbow high, but pretty high in the B tier, just because they are available in Age 2, and that is something that Aussie definitely did not give enough credit when he was talking about them. India has this thing where they can just stay in Age 2 for a really long time, and all of their military units are just fine enough to roll with it. Just because everything they have is just very, very solid. And from here, there's not too many others before we start getting into the new civilizations. Let's go over the Wakina rifle. It's a C tier. It's a C tier for much of the same reasons as before. Once again, my list will look pretty similar to Aussies for the most part. They're cheap, but that's about it. They're not very upgradable. They don't really have anything going for them. It's just not something that you want to be making as the code. You can make them. They will trade very well with against heavy infantry. That is their job. There's just nothing special about them. You make Wakina rifles and you're like, great, I have some skirms. Whereas, you make some Yumi bowmen and you're like, I have a death machine. And I definitely don't think there's really any other place they can go besides the C tier. Next, we will talk about the Otontan Slinger. The Otontan Slinger is the Aztec skirmisher unit equivalent, and I am definitely of the opinion that the Otontan Slinger is at the top of C. They are very comparable to Strelets in their stats. They are better than Strelets, but they're very comparable to Strelets. But unlike Strelets, they train in batches of 5, and it just never feels like you have enough to do anything worthwhile. They definitely hold off the heavy musketeers, but the musketeers will still fight them. Because musketeers have like twice the hit points, and these the Autontans are nowhere near as cheap on a per unit basis as the Strelet is. And Autontans just kind of struggle to do anything meaningful. They absolutely are there, and they absolutely are a threat, but it never feels like they're enough of a threat to make a difference. And if I had to pick between Autontans or pretty much any skirmisher above them, I would pick any skirmisher above them 100% of the time. It doesn't help that they cost food wood, as opposed to food coin, which can be changed through the Aztec mining card, which I always put in my decks. Just because it is nice to be able to have Otontan. I do use them throughout the entirety of most of my games. But overall, they just feel like, when you're playing them specifically, they feel like a unit that should be doing more than they are. And that is just not they don't feel good to use, put simply. Now from here, we have exactly one unit left of the original cast, and then from there, it's all new units that have been added with the new civs since. And the reason I saved this one for last is because it's very comparable with the USA Sharpshooter. The Cassador is available in Age 3, and it has 4.5 movement speed, 45% range resist, and overall it is just a very solid skirmisher that is pretty integral to most Portugal players' playstyles, so I do feel compelled to put them here. I think I will put Jaegers at the bottom of B tier, just because if a player spots that you are going Jaegers as Sweden, there is nothing stopping them from building a church and making spies. And if your opponent makes spies, then you're fucked, because they have stealth and they will get right up on your Jaegers and just destroy them in seconds. It's just mercenaries do have just the absolute hard counter for that, and I do actually bring the spy card in a lot of my decks for the purpose, especially for when I fight Sweden, because I know that there's always the possibility of me fighting Jaegers or Black Riders or any other skirmisher mercenary type unit, and it's always nice to be able to just shred them in seconds. So I do think we'll go with that. But back to the Cassador. I got sidetracked there. Cassador has 4.5 movement speed. They're just very solid all-around units. Good. Just A+. Just very, very good. The Sharpshooter is better. Now, if you had asked me where the Sharpshooter went when USA first came out, oh, yeah, for sure. I would have said the Sharpshooter is trash. Because the Sharpshooter had this big issue with its animation, where its animation was like the longbow, where you had to wind up, but they have 3 attack speed, so it makes it even worse. They fired like fucking slugs. But because their firing issue got fixed, especially around the time the state militia got nerfed, it made the Sharpshooter suddenly very appealing as a unit. For one simple fact. They're very comparable to the Castador in stats. They have similar attack stats, they have similar HP, they have almost as much range resist. They have 40 to the Castador's 45. They do have less movement speed, but the real treat about sharpshooters as opposed to Castadors is that sharpshooters have the highest heavy infantry multiplier in the entire game. They have 2.5 heavy infantry multiplier at base, and you can upgrade this with the counter infantry rifling, which United States gets for free if you send Springfield Armory, to 3.5, as well as the fact that they can be recruited in the Second Age through the use of long rifles. Now, most people probably have never tried to make an Age 2 sharpshooter, and as a level 131 United States player, I would say that is something that you should definitely try. If you go, the build order is French immigrants, and then as soon as you hit Age 2, you send long rifles and follow it with Boston Tea Party. Now, Boston Tea Party is like the fur trade card, but it has special quirks about it that are specifically designed for Age 2 play. I'll probably make a video on just that card. It's been a while since I've shown off that strategy. You can make a very large mass of sharpshooters in Age 2, and when you follow with Springfield Armory and get the counter infantry rifling, these sharpshooters here will 3-shot musketeers in the Second Age. It is beautiful. So you get 3 sharpshooters, they 1-shot musketeers. So if you just attack move and then hit and run, enemy musketeers will just go down like flies. It is an absolute treat to see, and it's very easy to do very quickly in the Second Age as well. I definitely think it's one of USA's strongest Age 2 strategies. And it's definitely something that is criminally underrated. I haven't even talked about their range yet. They have less movement speed than the Castador, but they also have far more range. They have 22 range in the Second Age, 23 in the Third, and 24 in the Fourth Age, which is absolutely wonderful. And there's just no reason to ever pick the State Militia over the Sharpshooter, which is why we'll go to the State Militia now. Once again, Sharpshooter used to be D, now it's towards the top of A, I would say. The State Militia had the opposite, where when United States first came out, State Militia was like right here. Just because they were so incredibly fast and so incredibly tanky right from the Second Age. It was just absolutely nuts. But then the Great State Militia nerf came out, and they just suck now. They're still cheap. They're not as cheap. They're more expensive. They have less HP. They're back down to 4.5 movement speed as opposed to the 4.75 they had before. You can stun long rifles, which is pretty much the only way these guys are usable. But when you stun long rifles, you also get access to the sharpshooter in the Second Age. So then there's just even less reason to make State Militia. Like, you can make them in a pinch, but they're not great. They also have pretty low damage, 14 base damage in the Second Age, with only 1.5 multiplier against heavy infantry, with no special properties like the Jungle Bowman. These guys just don't pack very much of a punch at all, and honestly, I'd put them right down here with between the China skirmishers and between and the Otontons and Wakinas. I think this is a pretty fair spot for them. I definitely think they're not useless like these ones are, but I think this is a pretty good spot for the State Militia, given how they perform now after all the updates they have had. Let's talk about the Owlhoot now. So the Owlhoot is the USA special unit available at the Tavern. It is a skirmisher that has a charged action that allows them to do an area of effect shotgun attack with the same range as their normal attack, but no multipliers, and it's a pretty solid strategy. I've definitely used them before in all of my outlaw strategies. Owlhoots are like one of my go-tos. I have absolutely destroyed a shipment of Jaegers that were all clumped up together using the charge action. You just see the entire army's HP bar deplete to 0 at once, and it's absolutely beautiful. But I do think they are situational, and a little hard to mask because you do need a full-on strategy based around them that kind of pigeonholes you into using more and more and more of the outlaws and less and less and less of everything else. So I definitely don't think they are as good as the Jaegers. Well, that's not true, because they are easier to mask than the Swedish Jaegers are. So we'll put them above the Swedish Jaegers here. And I think this is a pretty decent spot for them. They're above average. They're above these two right here, the hallmark of average skirmisher, these three. But they're nothing special, you know. And lastly, I wanted to talk about the Marine. Now, the Marine is not technically a skirmisher, but it shares all the tags and is countered by many of the same things, and I really just wanted an excuse to talk about them. Marines are, in my opinion, one of, if not the overall best USA unit in that USA has access to. They are very tanky. They shadow tech extremely hard because they scale off Age 3 stats that are stronger than most Age 3 other musketeers in the game. These guys don't have a heavy infantry tag, so they are not countered by anything here. They actually beat pretty much they beat everything here in a standard shootout fight. Just because they have so much HP and damage. Of course, they can get hit and run by a lot of these units, which is why they pair very well with Hussar. But overall, I would say that the Marine, and they also have extremely high siege and multipliers against artillery. So whereas all of these units are very weak against artillery, with the exception of the Obus gun, this is more like the Obus gun, where your enemy rolls up with falconets, and you're like, okay, bro, bring it on, and you go through a slug, and you just go through a shootout. And because of all of these properties, I would definitely say the Marine belongs probably right around here. I think the Marine is an absolutely fantastic and criminally underused United States asset. You can, once you get to the 4th Age, which you can do relatively quickly using my build order that's available in my Discord, you can get the Minutemen companies, which sends 6 to 10 and allows you to train batches in 16. It's like a 16, just consider Minutemen companies like a 26 Marine shipment, and then the ability to make 16 more like every couple of minutes. It's fantastic. And I just wanted an excuse to talk about Marines more than anything, really. And next we'll talk about the 2 new skirmisher editions that came from the African civs, the Fulani archers and the Neftenia. Now, to be honest, I still don't have very much experience fighting the Hausa in Ethiopia, but in my experience, both of these units have been pretty strong and go-to units for both of the civs. So without too much information on upgrades and stuff like that, I am going to go ahead and just blanket approval these units to be like the bottom of A. I don't know, something like this. I think this is pretty fair. I do think the Ethiopia one is better, just considering looking at their stats and stuff like that. I'm not an expert on the African civs, but I do think that this is, in general, just based on what I have seen and felt fighting them, that's a pretty okay spot, you know. And now we'll talk about the 2 Mexico editions, the Bandito and the Saltidor. Now, the Bandito is the one that's available at the tavern, just like the Alhut. However, I do think it is notably worse than the Alhut, because its grenade attack is short range, and you generally don't want your skirmishers being in short range. You want them to hit and run and kite all day. So because of that simple fact, I think I will put them as being below the average skirmishers. I definitely don't think they're C tier, but I do think they are going to be just barely below average. I think this is a pretty decent spot for them. Both the Alhut and the Bandito have 20 attack in Age 2, which is really high for a skirmisher. I think it's the highest of any skirmisher in the game, actually. But they are outlaws, and that does make sense. They do have low multipliers against heavy infantry and such. But I do think that overall this is just a pretty decent place to put them. And lastly is the Saltidor, available to Mexico. Now, I am placing this with the February pop notes in mind, and I will definitely, without a doubt, be placing the Saltidor in S tier right next to the Yumi. The Saltidor is an absolute beast. They have, I think, they have 4.5 movement speed in the second age. They have very high attack. A normal skirmisher has 15 attack in age 2 and 18 in age 3. Well, these guys have 17 in age 2, and that upgrades to 19 or 20 in age 3, and is just an absolute powerhouse across the board. So they have high movement speed, high attack. They, of course, have range resistance just like any other skirmisher. They're super upgradable. They have lots of combat cards. And in the second age, they have a card that boosts their range and movement speed. They have a movement speed buff in addition to just like advanced arsenal. They have a movement speed buff in the second age. These guys can just be absolutely just flying through the map, and it is definitely something to see. Especially once the February pop note comes out and the movement speed actually gets implemented. They can also go into stealth on top of all this, and they're very good for scouting, because if you hit an enemy, even when the enemy runs away, you can temporarily see them going through the fog of war. So they just have everything going for them. They are quite literally everything you could possibly want in a skirmisher unit in terms of extra bonuses, with the exception of the Forest Prowler, because this guy is just an absolute monster. But I think that will do it for this. And believe it or not, I actually really enjoy that. But I have gotten a very close look at pretty much every single unit in this game because of this, and it's all fresh on my mind since I did it so recently. So I figured now would be the perfect time to do this. Now you will notice this is my first time using Tier Maker, and so I made a couple mistakes. Like I uploaded the Culverin twice, and then I'm using the old portrait for Falconets rather than the new one. But just bear with me; it is my first time using Tier Maker, and we'll get this underway. So we're going to start with the kind of traditional cannons, the European ones, and I think a pretty easy place to start would be the Falconet. The Falconet is the first artillery unit that anybody thinks of when they think about artillery. And I have 3 Falconets here. This one is the German Falconet. This one is the Falconet to represent both of the African civs, both Hausa and Ethiopia, with their Falconets. And this is all the other civilizations that have Falconets that aren't Germany. And I'll go over why I did that in a second. So right now we're just going to go with the normal Falconet. This is for literally every European civ plus Mexico who has access to the Falconet that's not Germany. And honestly, I don't really think there are any bad Falconets. I think we might have a clear D tier here in this video, but I'm going to go ahead and put the normal Falconet at A tier. It's available in the third age, which automatically just makes it really, really good. The 2 Falconet card is infamous for its efficiency, and it's overall just the poster boy for Falconets, and it's really solid. There's not too much else I can say about it. The reason I have Germany Falconets separate is because Germany lacks a 2 Falconet shipments, unlike the other European civs that have access to the Falconet. Now, to be fair, the Dutch also does not have a 2 Falc shipment, but Dutch have so much coin production that they can generally keep up Falconet production pretty easily anyways, if that's the route they go for. So I just separated Germany, but not Dutch, and if you have a problem with that, go fuck yourself. It's my list. So Germany, I think, will go a little lower. We'll put them probably at C tier, honestly. You don't really see too many Germany players making Falconets or shipping Falconets. But we'll move it up to B. Falconet doesn't deserve to be in C tier. We'll put it here, and then we'll switch it around later. I think from here, I'm probably just going to do the Aussie Drongo thing, which is to start with the S tier and then work my way haphazardly around until everything's finished, and then kind of fiddle around with them as I see fit after the fact. So in terms of S tier artillery, the first S tier artillery unit that we are going to put here is the light artillery, the light cannon. Now, the light artillery is available to the Haudenosaunee, trainable from the Siege Workshop, and it is also available to the Inca, available through the big button at the fort. Now, these guys right here are absolute beasts because they, while they don't have the best building siege, they have passable building siege, and they have solid DPS with the standard multipliers that you come to expect from all of the falconet types. But they also have a multiplier against artillery, so they're like a falconet and a culverin all in one go, and they're just overall just a really powerful unit that's available in the Third Age, and I think as something that can do the job of a culverin and a falconet at the same time, you can't get much better than that. Most other of the double purpose artillery are mortar and culverin, but I just think falconet culverin is such a good combo that it deserves to be at the S tier just by itself. The other S tier that we are going to be putting in here is the Arrow Knight. Now, I have a soft spot for the Arrow Knight because I play Aztecs, but I genuinely think this is like one of the best siege units in the game. It has 30 range, which is absolutely fantastic. It can outrange most of the other artillery units besides culverins, but it's not countered by culverins because it's technically an infantry unit, so that doesn't matter too much. It does the job of both the mortar and the culverin. As I mentioned previously, a lot of artillery units do that. But whereas other artillery units have to shoot and scoot and shoot and scoot, whereas other artillery units have to limber and go back into bombard mode, the Arrow Knight can just shoot and scoot and shoot and scoot, and its base movement speed is 3.75, which is faster than pretty much any artillery that's not horse artillery, and that's only in limber mode. So I definitely think the Arrow Knight deserves a place in the S tier as one of the best artillery equivalent units. And I know it's not technically artillery, but it functions for the artillery role for the Aztecs, so that's why I'm putting it here. Also in S tier is going to be its brother, the Haraka from Inca. Now, the Haraka, do siege damage, but they have less range. So they kill falconets faster. They kill falconets in 5 shots, but they also have to get in range of the falconet to do that, whereas the Arrow Knight can outrange, which might make you wonder, well, why is this unit also an S tier? And that's one of the things that's really special about the Arrow Knight and the Haraka is that, unlike other units of their class, where they are artillery where they are mortar culverin types, the Arrow Knight and the Haraka also have enough steady DPS that they can contribute in a real fight as well, not just firing at buildings and ships. And this is absolutely fantastic. Because it basically allows them to do the jobs of mortar and culls, but not be completely useless in an actual combat scenario. You can just park the Arrow Knights or the Harakas just outside the battle, and they can rain hell on the opponent. And while it might not like carry your fight, you're not going to make an army of just Arrow Knights. Well, you might actually. It's definitely something that is a mark above the culverin or the mortar. The Haraka is the same thing, but because it does siege damage and it has a higher base damage, it actually contributes more to fights than the Arrow Knight. So the Haraka are more likely to get hit by the opponent, but they can really dish out a whole bunch of damage. to non-artillery infantry, to non-artillery building units, which is something that the Arrow Knight can't quite do. So I do think but just because of the range difference between the Haraka and Arrow Knight, I do think they do deserve to be on the same level in S tier. Moving on, you will notice that I did add the Napoleon gun and the little bombard. Now, Asi Drongo decided to forego mercenaries on his lists, and I will do the same. But there are only 2 mercenary artilleries, and I thought, what the hell? I'll just add them anyways. And also, Napoleon guns are trainable by the United States, and little bombards are trainable by one of the Eurociv. I don't remember which Eurociv has access to the little bombard in Age 4 with the mercenary contractor, but I know one of them does, so I just figured I'd add it just because there's only 2 of them, and they are technically guaranteed trainable by certain civs. So next, we just talked about the Arrow Knight and the Haraka encountering artillery, so let's talk about the Culverin next. The Culverin is an extremely important artillery unit, because the Culverin is what allows you. It's kind of like air support in warfare. If you have the air, if you take down all the other air fighters of your opponent, then you have the air and you have guaranteed access to it, and there's nothing the opponent can do about it. And in the Culverin Wars, whoever's Culverins win get to decide who gets access to artillery for the rest of the fights, and that is just extremely important. So, but just because of the fact that it has to limber, and it is very susceptible to getting caught out by your opponents, and the fact that you can't use it to contribute in an actual fight against infantry or buildings, it just has so many points less than the Arrow Knight and the Haraka that I feel compelled to put it in A with the Falconets. Now let's finish off the Falconet Trinity by talking about the African Falconets. The Africans have access to... This is actually to represent pretty much all of the African artillery, the African European artillery that they get access to through the university and stuff. Or sorry, through the palace and stuff. The main problem is that it's such a huge investment. It is 300 export just to get access to the ability to train them, and then they are 500 export for a Falconet and a Culverin, and 600. It's 500 export for a Falconet and a mortar, and 600 for a Culverin, and that is just so expensive on your export since export gathers slower. And you already need your export for so much as Hausa in Ethiopia, as it's required for so many of their really cool, unique units, as well as some of their best shipments. So, honestly, I'd never find myself wanting to make Falconets as Hausa in Ethiopia, or even mortars or Culverins for that matter. It doesn't help that Ethiopia also has the Sebastopol mortar. Which I didn't put in this fucking list. Oh my god, that's embarrassing. This right here, this is not a Culverin. This is the Sebastopol mortar. It may look like a Culverin. It's not the Culverin. Don't think it's the Culverin. But honestly, I think if there were ever a unit to put in the... if there were ever an artillery unit to put in the D tier, it would be the African European artillery. While we're on the Sebastopol mortar, just to avoid confusion, I'm going to talk about it, and we're going to pretend that this Culverin is not a Culverin, but a Sebastopol mortar, and I am really embarrassed by the fact that I did not add the Sebastopol mortar here. The Sebastopol mortar used to be S tier. It absolutely did used to be S tier, because it would survive Culverin shots like mad, and it had as much range of them, and it would just one-shot like 10 units at a time on the battlefield from super far away, and it was just absolutely nuts. But then the nerfs came in, and it's a lot more reasonable as an artillery now. It's a lot more in line with the other artilleries. It's still stronger, but it's also designed to be that way. And the fact that there's a 2 Falk shipment and only a 1 Sebastopol mortar shipment in Age 3 really kind of sets the tone for its power level. And it is very vulnerable to enemy fire, but it also has a good chunk of HP. So I think we are going to put the Sebastopol mortar in the A tier with the falconet and the culverin. Now we'll talk about leather cannons. So leather cannons, they are available in Age 2. They are a Swedish unit, and the fact that they're available in Age 2 makes them, like, it gives them a definite huge bonus over the normal falconet. They even have the same extended DPS over the span of 12 seconds. They both do 300 damage over the span of 12 seconds. The leather cannon has lower damage but a higher rate of fire, which does mean that the falconet is more prone to one-shotting units than the leather cannon is, which is the primary job of artillery. And the falconet also has larger splash than the leather cannon. Another big issue is that the leather cannon is rather expensive as an Age 2 unit, and more often than not, the only reliable way to get them is through the 2 leather cannon card in Age 2 available to the Swedes. And just because of those little points against it, especially in terms of accessibility to the leather cannon, I am going to be putting it in the B tier below the falconet. I would definitely want a leather cannon if I was designing my perfect civ, but I would rather just have falconets. Granted, Sweden has both, and I do, but still. Next, we will talk about. Let's talk about the leather cannon's older brother, the Napoleon gun. The Napoleon gun was added with the United States, and it is trainable by the United States using the New Hampshire card available to the United States. However, so we're going to talk about specifically USA Napoleon guns, and this definitely does fill a hole in that it's kind of like it's kind of like a falconet, but not quite. They cost 500 coin a piece, whereas a falconet costs 100 wood and 400 coin. But the main issue that I have with the Napoleon gun is their availability. As I said, you get them with the 2 Napoleon gun shipment, and then you get access to train them at the tavern. But the problem is that the Napoleon gun is tied to New Hampshire. Now, New Hampshire absolutely used to be the age up to age 3 in like 99% of games, unless you were going for something very specific for your strategy. But that's not necessarily the case anymore because of the cost added to the factory shipment card. Now, it's still a good card, don't get me wrong, but I find myself generally going for Indiana or Tennessee for my age 3 with United States. So I generally don't find myself using the Napoleon gun too much, in all honesty, and just because of that simple fact, I think the Napoleon gun deserves a spot right next to the leather cannon. A little worse, I think, just because the leather cannon is available in Age 2. And the Napoleon gun isn't that much better than the leather cannon, so I definitely think that putting them like this is fair. Another thing about the leather cannon and the Napoleon guns is that they're a lot flimsier than most artillery, just because they have 50% range resist as opposed to 75% of pretty much every other artillery unit in the entire game. Now, the Haraka and the Aeronite only have 40, but they are also mass infantry units, so losing one isn't as huge of a difference as losing one culverin, for example. Next, we're going to talk about the Japanese flaming arrows. I actually think I might change the falconet. Yeah, I'll keep falconet in A tier for now. But let's talk about the Japanese flaming arrows. The Japanese flaming arrows are really, really good. We all know it. They don't have any multipliers against artillery, but they're more or less just used as culverins anyways. Just because they shoot really, really fast, and they have quite a bit of range. And they're just overall a very strong artillery unit, and there's really not too much else to say. They're pretty upgradable, and one of the biggest benefits to the Japan units, one of the biggest benefits to the Flaming Arrow in particular is that it's trainable from the Shogun. So you can march your Shogun with the rest of your army and then build Flaming Arrows right on site to attack your opponent. And that, I think, is an absolute huge plus that puts them above the Falconets, in my own personal opinion. Now let's talk about everybody's favorites, the Great Bombard. The Great Bombard is restricted till age 4, which definitely hurts it. The Great Bombard is an absolute powerhouse that's available only through shipments or through the factory, just like the Heavy Cannon. But it's also just better than the Heavy Cannon. Its splash is absolutely humongous, and the cannonballs and ragdoll physics actually do damage as well, and with the huge splash, it is just nuts. This thing can make or break a difference. There's a reason that auto players have a strategy based around getting to the Industrial Age and spamming Great Bombards out of the factories, because it is just that good. However, the fact that it is not available until age 4 does, I think, hinder its performance capabilities. And so we're going to put it above the Falconet, but below the Flaming Arrow. I think that's a pretty fair placement for the Great Bombard. Now let's talk about the Horse Artillery. The Horse Artillery is just a Falconet, but better. It has better stats, better HP, better movement speed, same multipliers, better damage. It's just better. And the biggest advantage to the Horse Artillery is very obviously its 5 movement speed when it's in limber mode, which is absolutely fantastic. And I definitely think that that is something that deserves a huge note. That deserves huge points for its favor, is the 5 movement speed. But just like the Great Bombard, it still suffers from being available, not available until the 4th age. So we are going to be putting the Horse Artillery in A tier, but we're going to be putting it below the Falconets, and that is just because you're much more likely to see Falconets in a normal game than you are Horse Artillery, because Falconets are available from the 3rd age, and they're just so much more accessible, and they're also cheaper. Even though the Horse Artillery is literally just the Falconet, but better, the simple fact that the Falconet is available in age 3, I think pushes it higher than this right here, the Horse Artillery. I think the A tier is really going to be filled out a lot throughout this. So we might have to make some adjustments. Like, I'm already thinking about moving the Falconet. It's maybe not. I don't know. I really don't, because all the artillery are so good. There's not really too many bad artillery units. They're all really integral to the civilizations they play for. So I guess for now we can talk about something that's not quite as good, and that is the organ gun. The organ gun is available to the Portuguese, and the organ gun actually has very comparable stats to the Gatling gun. It has 3 more damage than the Gatling gun, and it costs 50 more coin, and that's pretty much it. That's the only difference. But the organ gun is a great artillery unit, but the problem is you never see ports use it because there's generally better options that you can go for. They don't have access to the Falconet, but they do have access to Skirm Goon, and they have very strong Skirm Goon. And so I generally just find that when you play Portugal players, very few of them actually ever bother to make organ guns, and there has to be a reason for that, and it's probably just because they aren't as effective as Gatling guns are, despite being slightly higher damage. And we'll go over that later. But for now, I do feel like the organ gun, it's definitely not like German Falconet bad, but I'd say it's worse than the leather cannons, so I'm going to put it at the bottom of B tier. So since I suppose we just talked about Gatling guns, since we just talked about organ guns, let's talk about Gatling guns from the United States. The Gatling guns do 3 less damage than the organ guns, but they do the same damage if they're under the banner, so it doesn't really make too much of a difference. It's 30 damage times 6 as opposed to 33 damage times 6, so it's actually it's actually 18 less damage. But the Gatling gun has a few things going for it. One is its cost. The Gatling gun is an extremely cheap artillery units. It only costs 100 wood and 250 coin, whereas the organ gun costs 100 wood and 300 coin. The other fact about Gatling guns is that they are very upgradable. Well, I say very upgradable. They have like one upgrade card for them, and that upgrade card is the coffee mill guns, which triples their rate of fire and is absolutely nuts. Once you have coffee mill guns, I mean, your enemy could charge you with Hussar, and you'll lose a few Gatling guns, but you'll be okay as long as you got some units around. Gatling guns just absolutely shred everything once they have coffee mills. And I do think they are a better option over the Falconets, just because they don't overkill as much. The Falconets does 200 damage with with 100 plus a 2 times multiplier against infantry, and the Gatling gun does 180 with no multipliers against infantry, but negative multipliers against things that counter it, like cavalry and such. And so you might think, well, that's 200 is more than 180, but the thing about it is that the Gatling gun does this over 6 shots, and it doesn't overkill at all. So a Falconet will take a shot at a musketeer, and it will kill that one musketeer and splash the others around it, and then it takes a while for it to reload. But the Gatling gun will take 5 shots at a musketeer, doing splash on each one, and then take its 6th shot at a second musketeer who might be below 30%, who might be below 30 health from all the splash it took earlier. So, in that regard, a Gatling gun could kill 2, but potentially 2 musketeers in a volley. And the fact that you get a 3 Gatling gun shipment as opposed to the 2 2 Falconets of all the Eurocivs minus Germany, just, I think, puts it as a cut above the Falconet. It is worse against buildings, but it is so good against infantry. Of course, the downside to Falconets and organ guns is that they are glass cannons and they are squishy as hell. They only have like 150 hit points, so even with their 75% range resist, they are still very flimsy. And just because of that fact, I will be putting it lower than the Great Bombard, but still above the Falconets. The A tier is really getting filled out here, but there's just so many good artillery units. Next, I suppose, since we have finished with all of the Falconet equivalents, we'll talk about the mortar equivalents. We talked about the Sebastopol mortar earlier, but I honestly think the Sebastopol mortar is more equivalent of the heavy cannon class rather than the mortar class. Actually, I suppose we'll talk about little bombards, since we went over great bombards, so we might as well go over their little cousin, I suppose. The little bombard is worse than the great bombard, point blank period. Mostly just because of their insane coin cost. These right here, these cost 1,200 coin apiece, and they're really only useful as a shipment in Age 4, but even then, it's still a crazy expensive Age 4 shipment cost. It's like 2,000 coin for 3 of them or something like that. And it's just really, really rough. The little bombard has more damage and then the Great Bombard, but the Great Bombard one-shots units anyways, so why do you need extra damage? And then it also has less HP, and I just don't find the little bombard particularly outstanding. It's definitely intimidating to make like 10 of them, but there are very few strategies that would allow for that type of silly action. I've definitely done it in a game before, and it's very entertaining, but I do think they are just worse than Great Bombards. So we're going to put them below the German Falconets. Oh, that's the wrong one. We're going to put them below the German Falconet. I think that's pretty fair, honestly. Now, let's talk about siege elephants, and then let's talk about siege elephants, because they are another one of the mortar/Kolb equivalents. The siege elephant, much like the Haraka and Aeronite, counters both buildings and artillery. Where it falters is just like the Culverin. It can't contribute in an actual fight in terms of steady DPS. It does have the advantage of that Haraka and Aeronites do, where they don't need to limber and they can just kind of scoot and shoot and scoot and shoot, and they actually have higher movement speed than both of them. I think they have 5 movement speed. But the big problem with the Siege Elephant is that in addition to having all the artillery tags, it also has the ranged cavalry and cavalry tags, which basically means that the siege elephant is countered by just about everything in the game. It's the thing that does the least amount of damage to it, I'd say, is things like lancer cavalry, such as Naginata riders or lancers. But they still perform really well against these siege elephants, just because the siege elephant has less movement speed and can't get away. But it's also multiplied by skirmishers, especially, which, late game in general, there's just lots of skirms around. And then dragoons and heavy infantry. Just about anything that touches the siege elephant will do bonus multiplier damage against it. And that is definitely something that harms it, considering that it can't contribute in a fight. So I will put it above the Culverin for the simple fact that it can scoot and shoot. Actually, I think we'll put it below the Culverin. And probably even the Sebastopol mortars. See, the Siege Elephant is fantastic, but the fact that it also has less range than the other Culverin types, and in addition to that is countered by everything in the game, I just think that it deserves to be at B tier. It is a Culverin equivalent, so it can't be any lower than B tier, because it's super necessary for getting other artillery off of the field and establishing your own dominance on the battlefield, but it is definitely one of the rougher ones, I'd say. It's definitely a fantastic unit, don't get me wrong, but the fact of the matter is just everything slaughters them, and it doesn't matter that it has 750 HP. Now let's talk about the hand mortar next. So the hand mortar is the artillery Culverin equivalent for China. It is very cheap, and it costs only one population, so you can really mass a lot of these guys out at once, and that, of course, comes with the fact that you need a lot of them in order to take down buildings. So the hand mortar's one population is both a strength and a weakness. On one hand, it allows you to micro the amount you need a lot better, and they also have a unique formation where all of the hand mortars will stand pretty far apart from each other. And this is both a good and a bad thing, because it means that artillery units like Culverins will have a harder time taking down hand mortars, because they're all really, really spread out, right? But the problem with this is, because they're really, really spread out, it makes it much more, it makes it much better for heavy cavalry to come in with their pathing and really take out and get between all of the hand mortars and really just shred them to pieces. So it's kind of a matter of which do you prefer more, defense against Culverins or defense against cavalry, and because China already has a problem of not having great anti-cav, and everybody knows this, I do think that having a particular weakness against cavalry for the hand mortar hurts it quite a bit. And because of that, I will be placing it lower than the Siege Elephants, and also lower than the Napoleon guns, but I think higher than the Organ guns. I think that's a pretty fair placement for them. And then we will finish the mortars, so let's talk about the mortar next. The mortar is obviously a classic European civilization cannon. It just fires from really far away and destroys buildings, and that's pretty much all it does. And it's hard to rate something based off one use. They are tanky, but they are very slow, and they destroy buildings, and they can be used to lure armies in, and they have like 40-something range. But the fact that they can't target infantry units, I think, is a big setback for mortars, and something that is definitely a problem with them. Now, granted, if they could target... it wouldn't be busted either if they could target infantry. I mean, even things that don't perform well in fights, like the Siege Elephants or the Hand Mortar, they can target infantry, and they actually... they can't... And while they don't do much damage, they at least do something. Mortars don't. They could have easily lowered the mortar's damage and gave it a multiplier against buildings, and then made it allow it to target other units, and that would have been perfectly reasonable and fine. But just because they are mortars, I don't think they deserve to be any less than the top of B tier. They are definitely... we'll put them above the Sebastopol mortar, I'd say. Just because these are a stalemate-changing weapon. If you're in a stalemate with somebody and you start firing mortars, you immediately force them to be on the aggressive side, and you can really use this to your advantage. So I think that's a pretty fair placement. We'll put them under the Culverin, but above the Sebastopol mortar. And then we'll finish off with the Moritaru. The Moritaru for Japan, I mean, it's another mortar unit, but the fact is that flaming arrows are just really good, and so you don't often see the Moritaru. And I don't really know too much about it, in all honesty. So I'm probably just going to stick it in the same place as the mortar. A tier is really getting filled out here, but I think that's pretty fair because a lot of the artillery are just really good. Now let's talk about the heavy cannon equivalents. So we talked about the Sebastopol mortar already. So now we have rockets, we have the heavy cannons, and we have flying crows. Now I do think rockets, at least in my personal experience going up against Brit players, I have a harder time dealing with rockets than I do heavy cannons or flying crows. And the main reason that I put them in S tier is because, unlike the other heavy cannon equivalents, the rockets don't have a negative multiplier against cavalry. And so cavalry will probably tank a hit against rockets, but rockets, if you have a good mass of them, will still shred cavalry in good numbers because of their very large area of effect. And that is something that just cannot be understated, is that rockets are able to fight their counters to a degree as long as you have any number of units protecting them. And that is definitely something that puts them in S tier for me. Now we'll talk about the actual heavy cannon of the heavy cannon class, the heavy cannon. The heavy cannon is not available till age 4, available through shipments only, created through the factory. Extremely good unit, very limited in how much you can use it, worse than the Great Bombard and Rocket. Just in terms of both availability and power for its availability. I definitely think it's worse than the Gatling gun and Falconet just because of its availability and specifically its power in relation to its availability. But I will put it above the horse artillery, just because they're both available in the same age, but the heavy cannon is definitely a cut above. So we will put that there. I think, looking at the rest of this list, I should probably put mortars and mortarus at the top of B tier. I think that's probably a fairer place for them. Just that we can kind of fill this out a little bit easier, and when I'm thinking about what cannons I want to make in a practical game for a specific build or whatever, mortars and mortaru don't come to mind as quickly as things like Gatling guns and heavy cannons and culverins and Sebastopol mortars might. So next we'll talk about the Flying Crow. Flying Crows are unique among the heavy cannons in that they are technically available in the Second Age to China, but China doesn't really do that. China always goes for its Summer Palace for its Age 2 option. So the earliest you could probably feasibly see getting early crows is probably the Third Age, but I mean, that's still better than the Fourth Age, and they are still powerhouses of units. It is still a heavy cannon type, so just because of the slightly earlier potential access that you have to them, I do think it is above the Sebastopol mortar, and I do think it's probably above the heavy cannon as well. So we'll fit the Iron Crow right here. I think that's a pretty fair placement for them. Now, as for the Flamethrower, is the other Chinese artillery unit that counters infantry. It's got like 6 movement speed or something silly like that, but the real treat about the Flamethrower is that the Flamethrower doesn't have the artillery tag. So, unlike other artillery units that are countered by artillery, by the culverin types and heavy cavalry, the flamethrower is only countered by heavy cavalry, and that's pretty much it. So they can be an absolute pain in the ass to deal with if you're not prepared for it, or if you get caught without a stable, then flamethrowers will absolutely wreck your shit. But they don't have 75% range resist; they have 65, and you can kite them pretty decently because they are so close range. And because of those negatives, I think I'm not alone in putting the flamethrower probably at the top of C tier. Maybe the bottom of B tier, but I don't know. And that leaves the Quaker gun, available to the United States through either a shipment in state shipment in Age 4 that allows you to train, or a general 5 infinite team shipment in Age 4. Now, the Quaker gun, the reason that it doesn't have a portrait of what it looks like compared to all the others is that because it can look like whatever it wants. You can make it look like Gatling guns, you can make it look like falconets, you can make it look like culverins, you can make it look like heavy cannons, and the catch to them is that they don't actually do any damage. They'll shoot at your opponent, they make sounds, they cause explosions, they don't do any damage. They only cost 1 population and only cost 100 wood. Now, most people have never used these and probably never seen them, or if they have seen them, they didn't know that it was Quaker guns, and they're a very rarely used unit. I'm level 130 United States, and I've definitely used them, and I'd have to say probably the fairest placement for Quaker guns is S tier. Straight up. Quaker guns are like my favorite artillery unit in the game, and I love to gush about them in pretty much every opportunity that I can. They are an absolutely underrated unit that have won me several games. They've pretty much won me every game that I have deployed them in. Because you set them to look like heavy cannons, and then your opponent thinks that you have 2 factories up while they're still in the Third Age, and they're like, fuck, well, I guess I'll just quit. Or you set them to look like heavy cannons or Gatling guns or whatever you need them to, and then your enemy charges like 30 Hussar into them, and the Hussar take their time killing all the fake cannons, while your army just kind of sits around. While your army just kind of like sits around shooting into them, or you put a whole bunch of regulars into melee and you start fighting those Hussar, and your opponent thinks he's getting good trades, but he's actually just killing nothing. Because the Quaker guns, they have this portrait right here for the player that's using them, but for your opponent, it's not just the artillery model. They also gain the artillery portrait and name when they're looking at it. When they're looking at the thing, when they're looking at the thing itself, and that is just absolutely humongous. A criminally underrated and underused unit that I think should be part of pretty much every United States deck is the Infinite 5 Team Quaker Guns. It is and so I really love Explorers, and I think they're all fantastic units that can be used to their maximum benefit. And I love using it to their maximum benefit, and if a civilization can't use their Explorer consistently and well throughout the entire game, it is a little bit of a turnoff for me in terms of gameplay. So I'm here today to show you guys my tier list and take on all of the Explorers. Now you might be thinking, why do you have all of the European civilizations separated? Aren't they all the same? And the answer is no, actually. Every single civilization's explorer in this game is completely different and has different branching sets of upgrades, even if they all start the same, such as the European ones in particular. And it is really cool to go about and see which explorers go in which ways. And there's actually quite a lot. There's quite a lot more to the explorers than many people realize. Even the European explorers all have little quirks about them, and we're going to go over all of the explorers. Now, you will notice, looking at the tier list, that all of the tier lists have an S at the beginning of them, and that is because there is no explorer in the game that is anything less than an S tier unit. The Explorer is going to be your primary scout. It's also tanky as hell, no matter who you are, even if you're a European. And it also can gather you potentially hundreds of resources or experience in any game, as well as giving you unique benefits to your civilization, such as a reduction to infantry train speed, or an increase to cavalry speed, or an increase to cavalry movement speed, for example. And they're all just absolutely worth pointing out and noting. And so that is what we will do. Now let's start off with the Europeans. First up is the British Explorer. Now, all of the European explorers have a shipment that allows them to use the hot air balloon ability in the first stage, but it's basically pointless. It's not worth taking up a shipment. It's not even worth using the age up for it if you're playing the Ottomans. And there's just not really any point to using the balloons, so we won't really be considering it. Even if you are trying to tease out the maximum potential of your Explorer, there's not really too much point in bringing the balloons. So the European Explorer, when you send a card, he gets a dog. Now, the Dog Explorer is actually pretty decent. It has lower HP than the normal Europeans, but a higher attack. And they don't actually have a negative multiplier against villagers. And since their attack does shadow tech harder, it is possible, if you have the dog in like ages 2 and 3, to go around and raid villagers, because unlike other explorers, the villagers can't ignore the dog. And the dog will slowly take them down one by one. So that is a thing you can do. I don't really think it's worth a shipment, though, in most cases. In addition to the dog, with that shipment in age 1 or 2, the British Explorer also gains the Swashbuckler attack, and that is his unique thing from the other European explorers. Now, the Swashbuckler attack is great in most cases. I will say that I think for the European explorers in particular, because they don't scale particularly hard as the game goes on, the Swashbuckler attack is not as good as the Heavy Strike attack, because the explorers need a little bit of extra oomph in their attack in order to actually kill units. So we will be placing the British Explorer in SD. So this is the bottom of the S class, and then where you want to be is double S class. And for some reason this says SA instead of SS. This is supposed to say SS. Just pretend that says double S class. Now, as for the Swedish Explorer, we'll talk about him next. The Swedish Explorer is better than the European Explorer. He still gets the balloon and the dog. All of the European civilizations get the Explorer's dog, except for Spain. And we'll talk about them later. But the Swedes get the Explorer and the dog, but they get the Heavy Strike, as opposed to the British Explorer, which I do think is better for the European Explorers specifically. So we will be putting the Swedish Explorer still in D tier, because that's pretty much all the upgrades that they can get. But it is his little quirk, and I do think it's a quirk that is better than the than the Britain Explorer. So most of the European explorers will end up being in the SD tier, with a couple exceptions. Now let's go over Dutch. Dutch's Explorer is actually pretty decent. The Explorer card that you get, it gives you the stat bonus as per usual, it gives you the dog as per usual, and then as its little quirk, the Dutch Explorer has a 50% cost reduction to town centers, which is pretty cool. It means once you get to the 3rd age, you can build town centers for like 250 wood as Dutch, and I think that's actually a pretty decent bonus. By making 2 town centers, it's essentially a 500. It's an early 500 wood shipment that you don't have to collect. So it's not bad. It's not the greatest. You are better off a lot of the time just shipping 700 wood and then getting like 1 town center, I suppose. But it's a way of looking at things, you know? I do think this bonus is definitely one of the better ones of the Europeans. It's still not enough to take it out of SD, but we will be putting it at the top of SD. Another big problem with it is that Dutch usually don't need any more than one town center because their settler cap is 60, I think. So they really just don't have too much of an issue hitting their settler cap anyways. So it kind of makes it a little redundant to have more than one town center. And that is something of note for sure. Now, all of these explorers can be used in combat. And something of note about the European explorers in particular that I forgot to mention is once they hit the fourth age, they gain access to the ability to use the crack shot attack on normal enemy units that aren't artillery or other heroes. And that is something that a lot of people forget about. Just not just in general when they reach the industrial age, but also for when people do strategies like fast industrials. If you are doing a fast industrial strategy, make use of your explorer's crack shot, because I guarantee you will give yourself a distinct advantage by making use of the crack shot at any given opportunity when you use fast industrial strategies as a European explorer. For example, the Ottomans. The Ottomans have a semi-fast industrial where they turtle hard, go to the fourth age, and then make Janissaries and great bombards. Well, you can make that even better just by throwing your crack shot in with your explorer. It's an unkillable unit that one-shots things. And that is something of note for the explorers, definitely. A lot of the explorers gain special abilities once they get to the fourth age, either through natural upgrades or through cards and abilities. And the European ability to just one-shot units is definitely up there in terms of efficiency of special abilities like this. So now we'll be looking at France. France's explorer, all of the explorers, by the way, they gain the ability to remake lost forts should you send the second fort card that's available in the fourth age. Not that many people run that anyways, but it's just something worth noting. Not a lot of people will run it though. I don't run it even when I try to make use of my explorers, so there's that. The France explorer, his ability is better than anything so far. They just seem to keep getting better and better as we go. The France Explorer gains the ability to heal injured units. It's on a cooldown, and it's an area of effect heal. So you have lots of injured units, you pull out you send your Explorer card, and then boom, just every once in a while you can full heal an entire army of units in a couple of seconds. And it's definitely a very worthwhile ability if you want to make any kind of use of your explorer. It negates the need to spend resources, a considerable amount of resources on a church and a decent amount of surgeons if you want to get some healing action going on your units. And healing is definitely something that I think is underutilized in Age of Empires 3. Just because the more you heal your units, the longer they can stay alive, the easier you can keep your mass, the better a time you're going to have. It's definitely one of the hardest things that I run into when I go back to USA, as opposed to Aztec. It's so easy to heal the Aztec units, and it's just so much harder to heal the United States units. So with that out of the way, we will now be looking at Germany. So Germany's explorer, they get the balloon, of course, they get the dog, not that those particularly matter. You'll want to send those cards specifically for the balloon or for the dog. The German explorer's special quirk is that he builds town centers and trading posts twice as fast, which I personally don't see as too much of a benefit, and definitely not something that's worth a card. So I definitely think that the Germany explorer so far is the worst explorer here. I would rather have the British swashbuckling attack over faster trading posts and town center building, just because it doesn't reduce the cost, and as a result, it's just not worth the card. It's definitely just not worth the card. Speaking of not worth the card, we're going to look at Ottomans. The Ottomans, besides their dog, their quirk is that they get extra movement speed. They go up from 4.5 to 5.5 movement speed, which movement speed is great. It's an excellent stat, particularly on explorers like the Lakota War Chief or the Aztec War Chief. It's not good with the Europeans. The reason it works so well with the Lakota and Aztec in particular is because these war chiefs here are tanky, and they will soak up they will soak up entire armies worth of shots by themselves and be perfectly fine. The Aztec one in particular has the cover mode, so he can just stay in front of an enemy army of musketeers or skirmishers forever. It feels like, and just not die. But the Ottoman explorer is not bad, and he definitely has the issue of he definitely has the issue of, like, you have a fast explorer, now what? What are you going to do with him? You can't tank, you can't do anything. And so he is going to go at the bottom of the list here. Next, we're going to look at Portugal. Portugal is one of the 2 explorers that will actually make it out of European explorers that will make it out of the SD class. The Portugal explorer has the innate ability to use the telescope, and you can basically just use this to scout maps and such like that. His Canine Companion card increases the line of sight you get from telescopes by 6, which is unnecessary, not particularly worth. It is notably larger, but it's not super worth. But the telescope ability in itself is just extremely valuable, and you can be very, very skillful with how you use it. In particular, I played a competitive game against a Portugal player by the name of Ominous, and we went back and forth through a lot of the game, and it was a very close game overall. He is Portugal and I was USA, and I looked back at the recording, and it became very clear to me that Ominous was very, very practiced with Portugal, and very knowledgeable on the minds of the opponents, because several times he would successfully predict, throughout the game, he would successfully predict where I might be stationing my army in case he tried to attack. And he would, wait, can I? Oh, I can change that. Cool. He would several times throughout the game successfully predict where I was stationing my units in case he would attack. And he would pop the spyglass right on my units without even being in line of sight, and it was just really, really impressive stuff. And through it, he was able to do things like spot my Gatling gun shipment that I was sure was hidden from him, and make forward dragoons to deal with them before he ever engaged. And it was just really impressive work. And just because of the potential, that the skillful potential that you can do with the Portugal Explorer. He was also using it to scout coin mines for possible raids, to see if there were settlers on them. I have to put the Portugal Explorer out of the C tier because it can scout without you being there, and that is just super good. I think I'll put it in C. Maybe... there's also a treaty to take into account. So we're actually going to put Portugal Explorer into B. Now, the other thing that Portugal has, besides the dog, is access to an additional explorer. Now, this used to be a 4th age locked card that would give you 2 explorers, so you could get 3 total. Combined with the Knight and Peerage upgrade, you could have like 15,000 hit points worth of explorer tanking on the front lines, and it used to just absolutely terrorize Treaty. This has been nerfed since. They now went from having 3 human explorers in the 4th age to getting a second one in the 2nd age for a total of 2, plus your 3rd being the dog. So it's definitely nerfed. It still is pretty viable in Treaty. Not that I play Treaty, but I hear people complain about it still. So for that reason, we will be putting the Portugal Explorer in B tier. Now for Russia. Russia gets their dog, and they also get an additional 2. They also get an additional 2 times to their multiplier against Guardians. So they get a total of 5 times, which does make them. Which basically just means that they become treasure hunting machines, especially once you hit the 2nd age. I'm actually going to put the Russia one in C tier. I think this is a card that you can absolutely use if you want to. I have actually seen it used in games before from Russian players, just because it's an option as your first card because Russia doesn't have a 3 settler card. Now, Distributivism still is probably the better card overall. But if you have this card on your deck, just as an extra card, and you scout some excellent treasure that you really, really want, it's not a terrible idea or investment to send a shipment in the form of the Explorer card and gain the extra fighting ability of a 5 times multiplier plus your canine to take that treasure and potentially gain 500 resources or experience, or in that there's an argument definitely to be made for the Russian Explorer card. I think I've definitely seen it used before against me, where I would attack with the Aztec Explorer against a Russian Explorer who was extremely low health, and then the card would come in the clutch right at the moment where his Explorer was about to die, and he just turned around on my Explorer, put the dog on it, and then put the dog on it as well, and then popped settlers into his TC, and the whole fight turned around to his Explorer being at 8 health to my Explorer going from full health to dead in like 10 seconds, and it was just an absolutely mortifying experience for me, especially as an Aztec player where your Explorer is really essential to your playstyle. So I definitely think if there was ever a European Civ to actually make active use of its advanced Explorer card available in the first age / second age, it's Russia for sure. So for that reason, we will be putting it in the C tier. Now the Spanish Explorer is our last European one. Spain can get a second Explorer once they hit later ages. They also, instead of having an Explorer dog, have the innate ability to train war dogs, which are just great as they are really cheap extra units that can frontline tank and that can frontline tank a little bit and soak up fire away from your things like musketeers and such. Their second age card, instead of providing an Explorer's dog, boosts it just additionally boosts the stats of your war dogs by 20%, which is meh. It's okay, but just because I wouldn't ever particularly send it, but because they can make these war dogs, we will be putting them probably at the bottom of the sea, just below the Russians, or maybe just above the Russians. That might be a good place for them, because they don't need a shipment to do their thing, whereas Russia does. And that completely takes care of the Europeans. Next, we're going to look at the Americans, the United States and Mexico. United States Explorer is going to be at the top of B tier. It is a very solid Explorer that you can use throughout the entirety of the game. It has a kind of aura. It places an Inspiring Flag, as we all know. The Inspiring Flag has multiple effects. It halves the building speed of buildings. It takes away 25% off of the train time of units, and it boosts the attack of units under the banner by 10%. And actually, with all of that in mind, we might actually put the US Explorer in A tier. Honestly, it's just a very good Explorer. Aura Explorers are always really, really good. And the USA Explorer is pretty upgradable. I will say that the USA and Mexico generals, they definitely have the worst of the Age 4 abilities of the Explorers. So they gain the ability, the Explorer gains a crackshot-like ability, and the Mexican general gains a swashbuckler attack-like ability. But in exchange for having high power, like all of the European ones do, where they're able to literally just one-shot units, the USA and Mexico Explorer have weak attacks that are charged abilities. Now, between the two, the USA does have the better one. He has a weak crackshot ability, whereas the Mexico General has a weak swashbuckler attack ability that does like 13 base damage. It's really, really sad. Now, they do have cards that enable these in the second age, and while I definitely don't think it's worth it for the Mexico Explorer, and isn't usually worth it for the USA General, it is situational in that there is a time that you can use the Sheriff card to get the early Age 2 Crackshot ability on your Explorer, the thingamajigger. The Sheriff card. And that situation is if you're running outlaws. If you're running outlaws, then you're probably going to be getting the card Refreshing Beverages, which reduces the cooldown time of charge abilities. And then the Sheriff card enables your charge ability in the second age and boosts your Explorer's attack. And it makes it so that your Explorer has a 15-second cooldown on a 135 damage attack in the second age, which is actually pretty decent in combination with all of his other things that he's got going for him. So in terms of fighting capability, the US Explorer definitely beats out the Mexican Explorer by a decent margin in the second age. Now, that being said, the Mexican General is much better than the USA General overall, and that is because Mexico leans really, really hard into the inspiring flag mechanic that USA invented, which kind of makes me sad as a USA player that like Mexico just has better flags. Their inspiring flag is the same at its base as the USA one, in that it halves building speed, lowers train time by 25%, and raises attack by 10%. Now, the USA General has multiple cards that upgrade this. One in the 5th age that makes it boost HP by 5% in addition to the 10% attack. And USA also has a card with the California Bear Flag Revolt that makes it so that every time you spawn your flag, it drops bears at the base of the flag that can attack your opponents. And you can use these behind enemy lines to soak up hits from skirmishers and stuff like that, because the bears actually have really high attack. But all that being said, the Mexico General is just better. First of all, Mexico gets a second hero in the form of the Padre. For some reason. So they're just automatically better because in addition to having all of the stuff that the USA General has at base, without needing any cards or anything like that, they just also get a healer explorer. Now, the healer doesn't heal for very much, but he's extremely upgradable. At the church, you can get lots of upgrades for the healer that can make him heal in area of effects and double his healing radius, make him come back for free, stuff like that. And it just makes it so that you look at the Mexico Explorer and then you look at the USA, the Mexico Explorers, and you look at the USA General, and you're like, why would I pick USA over Mexico? They literally just get an extra dude. Additionally, they leaned really hard into the flag placing mechanic. So Mexico has a card in Age 1 that gives... so the Inspiring Flag raises its line of sight throughout each age. Mexico has a card in Age 1 that can just automatically make the banner instantly upgraded all the way to its Age 5 level with 55 line of sight. Is this commonly used? No. Is it worth it? I wouldn't say so. But the option is there, and if you want to go super heavy on the flags, which is definitely viable for Mexico, this is something you can do. They also have... flags are restricted, generally, in that you can't place them next to... you can't place them next to town centers, or specifically the first town center of each civilization. Mexico can bypass this with the Yucatan Revolt, where they get a card that not only enables them to place flags anywhere, regardless of town center placement, but they also boost gathering rates by 10%. So it's just a 10% eco boost card at the cost of your flag, which you could say is a good or a bad thing. But Mexico has very strong units in general, so it definitely is. So they don't always need the flag. It's more just a nice bonus. But if that wasn't enough, they also have a card that can make it so that the flag recharges borderline instantly. So you can just place it at will. So you could place, if you went with that and then you went with to Yucatan, you could have a 10% boost, gather rate aura boost, so it scales off current gather rates rather than base gather rates, on your eco. And then anytime there's a fight, you could just plop it right on that fight just for the fight, and then plop it right back onto your eco. And that is something that is very strong. Mexico also has a card that gets a second general. I personally don't see the points in this card. I sent it in a testing match at one point just to see whether or not this would allow your Mexican general to have two flags and whether or not they could stack. But alas, the flag cooldown is shared by both explorers, so you can only ever have one flag on the battlefields. So that is definitely a thing there. But overall, they just lean way harder into the flag mechanics that USA pioneered and have stronger options across the board, as well as 2 different types of healers, of explorers, and one of them being a healer, while still having good multipliers in attack as comparable to any other explorer. Next, we will look at the Raz and Emir from Ethiopia and Hausa. Both of these have their merits. Specifically, the Ethiopia explorers can turn out better, but the Hausa explorers start out better. Now, the Raz and Emir are they're goon type explorers, in that they ride on they ride on mounts and they fire guns. But their ability, instead of a crack shot, to instantly one shot settlers, to instantly one shot treasure guardians like everything has so far, their treasure killing ability is the chaos ability, where they can temporarily make all of the guardians on a treasure attack each other instead of the explorer. Now, this sounds fantastic, but in most cases, I find that the Raz and Emir actually have a harder time taking treasures than other explorers. And this is because a lot of the treasure guardians in the game have high HP and low attack in comparison to their HP. And so when you use this ability, you'll often drop like most of the treasure guardians' health to like 50-ish%, but then nobody will actually kill each other, even with you firing on them. And then they all turn on you at once, and you realize that you're just this normal explorer with no outstanding fighting capabilities, and you have to back away from the treasure. So I find it very, very difficult to collect treasures as the Raz and Emir. Now, that being said, they have an aura, but it's a fealty aura, which is the antithesis to the normal auras that most other explorers can generate, such as the flag or the war chiefs. So the fealty aura, instead of making units around them stronger, the fealty aura makes it so that every friendly unit around your Raz and Emir make the Raz and Emir stronger, which I view as a rather negative thing. Because the war chiefs by themselves, without needing a fealty aura, are as strong as the Raz and Emir with fealty auras, but then they also give their bonuses to other units. So that definitely is an inherent negative to the Raz and Emir. Now, in the late game, the Raz is much stronger than the Emir, the Ethiopian one. Towards the late game, you can gain an ability in the Industrial Age to temporarily use your Chaos ability on enemy units in an area of effect, so that you can make an enemy have his entire military start killing each other, which is much more efficient for enemy units than it is for Guardians, because actual military units generally have higher attack in comparison to their HP than Treasure Guardians do. So you'll have a lot more success with that, as well as the fact that by the time you're in the Industrial Age, you will probably have a decent military that can help fire into the enemies while they are attacking, while they are attacking each other, rather than it just being your explorer. So for its late game capability, I would definitely put the Raz towards the top, probably right around here. Towards the top of the A tier. I don't know. They aren't really useful until the later stages of the game. I think this is a pretty decent spot for them, in all honesty. But now that I think about it, I would prefer a general over an Emir, just because of the lack of treasure taking capabilities. Just because of the lack of treasure taking capabilities, I do, and the fact that like Portugal, they're not super useful until the Industrial Age. I think I might actually put the Raz right here, right next to the Portugal Explorer. Just because the USA and Mexican generals are extremely useful throughout the entirety of the game, both in terms of treasure hunting capabilities, slight tankierness compared to other explorers with having 500 base HP, and the inspiring flag that can be used throughout the entire game. So yeah, we'll be putting the Ras right there. Now the Emir is the Hausa one, and the Emir is definitely the better choice in terms of if you're trying to make an explorer-based build order. Because the Emir has all of its cards to upgrade it earlier in Age 1 and 2. So we will be putting the Emir just above the Ras. Now, in terms of what the actual upgrades are, you can get... so both the Ras and the Emir can get a second Ras and Emir in Age 1. That is what their bonus does. But whereas Ras gets a shipment for whereas Ethiopia get a shipment for only a Ras, Hausa get a shipment for a second Emir as well as a Hausa builder to build any building they want, and then on top of that they get the standard Hausa bonus of getting a cattle with all of their shipments. So it's just a much more worthwhile investment. And if you wish to go with a advanced explorer build order for Hausa, it is, I think, actually possible for Hausa to go about this, to go about doing this. So that is because their other Age 1 card, besides the second Emir and the builder, is called Kingslayer. And Kingslayer does two things. It makes it first so that your explorer has a multiplier, your Emir has multipliers against other heroes. So it makes the Emir win against everything else on this list, pretty much, with the exception of maybe some of the war chiefs. And it gives them a multiplier against all of them, which isn't particularly useful, but it is nice if you send it in Age 1, because it basically means you have undisputed access to every single treasure on the map. And the other thing that Hausa gets with this is Kingslayer also makes it so that the fealty aura, instead of being activated only by your units, it also gets activated by all of your opponent's units as well. So if an enemy sends a massive army at you, you can just send your Emir right into the fray, and he will get tankier the larger the enemy army is, and you can sit your own military right behind and just start wailing away at the opponents. Now, generally, Hausa have more important, better things to do with their cards, but I genuinely think that if you wish to go with the Kingslayer route and try to get a very powerful early game Emir, there's nothing wrong with it. Play the game how you want. You could even have some decent success doing this. It's not meta, and it never will be meta, but it's definitely an option that you can do. Now we're gonna go into the Asian heroes, the monks, starting with the Japan one, the Sohei Archer. Now, the Sohei Archer is, in my opinion, the most unique of all of the explorers. So they, instead of having a crack shot ability, they have a % chance to do a critical attack for double damage on the enemies, on the enemies and treasure guardians that they fight. And then they are very upgradable throughout the monastery, and I find myself whenever, on the off chance that I end up playing Japan, I actually find myself sending the advanced monastery card specifically so I can have the cost for the upgrades at the monastery for this explorer in particular, because I love to get all of the upgrades for this explorer, and having the cost of them saves me like over 1,000 resources doing so. So what this explorer does once he gets to the later stages of the game, first of all, its Age 1 combat card makes it so that he gains double benefit. The Sohei Archers gain double benefit from resource-based treasures. So XP, food, coin, wood, they get double benefit, which is not great. You're not ever going to send that over over your 50% shrine buff. It's definitely not as good as those, but it's something you can do. I wouldn't ever do it personally. But specifically, what their little unique quirk is compared to the other explorers is these guys right here. They're not actually archers. They are actually immortal stealth petards. Once you get to in the you can get cards that raise their attack and stats and crit chance and stuff like that, of course. But the two easily best upgrades available to the Sohei Archer are the one that makes first the one that makes them go stealth, and then the second the one that's available in the fourth age that enables their sabotage attack. Now, what the sabotage attack does is it does 1,500 damage in siege damage to buildings. And so what you can do with this is you can put your Sohei archers into stealth, and then run up past your enemy military and just destroy their forward base in seconds before they realize what's going on, and then smoke bomb your Sohei archers back to your town center. And then by the time they get back to the front line, their sabotage ability is already charged again. And it's absolutely wonderful. You can basically just keep stealth bombing all of your opponent's military buildings and put them at a huge production disadvantage, especially combining the fact that you can make units on the go using your daimyo. And the Sohei archers are definitely, I think, an underutilized Japan unit. They also get a card in Age 3 that gives them a negative aura to enemy units, where it decreases enemy attack. Which, while normally a negative aura wouldn't be the greatest thing in the world because you could just move away from it, with the Sohei Archer in particular, with the combination of the stealth upgrade at the monastery, you can just sit them in your opponent's military, and your opponent might not even realize, if he's not paying super close attention, that his units have a negative aura at all. So we will be putting the Sohei Archer probably at the bottom of A tier. I definitely think that they have lots of utility use and capabilities and can absolutely be used if you really want them to, but they do take lots of cards and upgrades to get going, whereas the Mexico and USA generals are strong from the get-go and have lots of powerful capabilities without needing any upgrades. I do, however, think the Japan upgrades are worth it. Now the Indians, in terms of pure treasure hunting capabilities among all of the Asian explorers, I definitely think the Indian explorers are absolutely, without a doubt, the best explorer at taking treasures between the three monk classes. The Brahmin is what they were called. These guys ride elephants, they have area of effect attack, and there's two of them. Their ability is the Stomp, where is the stun, just like the rest of the monks that have the stun. They all have the stun ability, where they can temporarily disable enemy units. I will say that I think the stomp ability, the stomp passive ability, is worse than the critical. I think every Indian player would much rather be able to critical strike rather than stop an enemy from moving for 0.8 of a second with a 10% chance. It's definitely not as good as the critical strike. But the stun capacity plus the area of effects on the Indian monks makes them just absolute monsters in taking treasures, and you can very easily, without really any too much danger to yourself, take like 6 or 7 treasure guardian treasures, smaller treasure guardian treasures in like the first age, and then once you get to the later ages you can take the bigger ones with like bandit riflemen and such. But I have with complete ease taken like on New England you'll often find like a 6 or 7 coyote treasure guardians guarding a settler, and with the Brahmin you can just stun 2 coyotes and then area of effects everybody to death in seconds and take that 6 settler in like the first 3 minutes of the game, and it's absolutely fantastic. Now they also double as healers, so your explorers will never be on low health, they'll always be on high. They have really fast movement speed, they have 6 movement speed, I'm pretty sure. And as for their upgrades, they get a bonus to their healing capacity, which is really, really nice. And they also gain gain a speed aura to elephants. So it's kind of like the Lakota War Chief, where he boosts the speed of nearby units, but it's specifically for elephants. Which is okay. You know, why not? I guess I'll take it. I'd much rather have something else. But I definitely think that the Indian explorer deserves to be higher than most of the European ones for the simple sheer ability, treasure taking capability that the Indian elephants have, because the Indian Brahmin are just absolute monsters at taking treasures in the early game. There's nothing stopping these guys, really. The only thing not going for them is they don't have a crack shot, so they can't whittle down things like bandit riflemen and such. But we will put them right here, because it does pair well towards the end of the game with the elephants. And there's also the fact that there is the monastery upgrade to let them train white tigers, as well as the card to let them train normal tigers. And through both of these upgrades, you can have a total of 20 tigers in your military pretty much at all times throughout the game. And the tigers are pretty decent at just being in the front line and being annoying, kind of like the Spanish dogs, but just way worse because tigers are better than dogs and you can have 4 times as many. So we're definitely going to be putting the India Explorer right there. They also have an upgrade card in the third age that gives them a negative speed bonus to enemy military near them. I don't think this card is particularly ever worth it, except in very niche circumstances, where you just really where you're trying to slow down some like Cossacks or fast-moving units so that your Mahouts can catch up to them. Then you might have some use for that card, but other than that, I don't really think it's particularly worth it. Now let's talk about the Shaolin Master. So the Shaolin Master, he has critical strikes and the stun ability, just like the Japanese monks, but he's a much better fighter, a little bit comparable to the Aztec war chief, just not as good. He has the roundhouse kick ability once you get to the industrial age, which does a huge amount of splash damage, like a swashbuckler. A little less than an Aztec swashbuckler, though. And makes it so that for the next 10 seconds or so, every single attack that your monk does is a critical strike that does 2 times the damage. So this guy can be a real damage-dealing machine. And besides that, you also start with a disciple, and your explorer has the ability has a 20% chance on kill to turn enemies into disciples, and your disciples have a 10% critical chance and a 10% conversion chance, just like the China explorer has 20 in both of those. So you can do this fun build order where, if you want to, as China, and not many China players do this, you can do something of a rush using the explorer, giving you 10 disciples and the pagoda, which boosts your explorers and disciples in combat. And then you can get the monastery upgrade that further boosts your chance to crit and convert, although I think that one's not available until the third age. But there is absolutely something to be said for the China explorer rush, in that he can single-handedly start a rush. And he is valuable throughout the whole game. He is a definite threat on the battlefield with having very high damage and just being overall in the way. So we will be putting the Shaolin Master just under the Sohei Archer, because I don't think he has quite as much utility skill as the Sohei Archer, despite having an entire wonder dedicated to him. Because the Sohei Archer can just absolutely wreak havoc on your opponent's infrastructure and military production buildings at their forward bases. And that is something that the Shaolin Master just cannot do. And with that, we get to the 4 that you're probably expecting me to put all in S tier, and that is the Lakota War Chief, the Haudenosaunee War Chief, the Inca War Chief, and the Aztec War Chief. And now let's talk about the Inca War Chief first, because the Inca War Chief is the only one of these here that I am not going to put in the double S tier. We're actually just going to put the Inca Explorer probably right here. Now, the Inca Explorer has an aura just like all the war chiefs do, but his aura specifically boosts native warriors, not his own warriors, and it's 10% HP. And this just isn't as fantastic as being able to boost your own units. It feels like sometimes the Inca War Chief is all about everybody except his own units. You can send cards that allow him to use his aura on their own units, but honestly, he has 2 upgrade cards, one in the first stage and one in the industrial age. The first stage one boosts his movement speed, to 5.5, as well as giving him plus 75% HP, which with 500 HP is what is that? 375 extra HP, if I'm not mistaken, which is pretty decent. But then his next worthwhile upgrade. That's also the card that allows his aura to boost the attack as well as just the as instead of just the HP from natives as well, which basically means your Inca Warchief is a really powerful Warchief in giving auras, but only if you are native rushing, which to be fair is how most Inca players rush anyways. But the fact that his aura and utility as an aura giver is lowered down to one specific strategy really hurts him, I think. His next upgrade card is called Son of Inti, which is in the 4th Industrial Age, and it gives him a massive attack boost as well as area effects on his attacks and the Swashbuckler attack, basically making him the equivalent to the Aztec Explorer. But I definitely think it is notably worse than the Aztec Explorer still, because even though it makes his raw stats higher than the Aztec Warchief, the fact that you have to wait till you get to the Industrial Age when you get this, as well as Aztec having warrior priests to help get the Explorer back quickly if he falls down, whereas Inca has to get explorers, get settlers and or llamas or priestesses to do the job, which just don't do it as well. I definitely think that the Inca Warchief is by far and away the worst of the worst of the native explorers. He starts out as the equal to the Aztec Warchief, except for the fact that the Aztec Warchief also starts out with an Eagle Scout. So there's that to consider as well. Once you get to the 4th Age, you can also gain the ability to train Peruvian dogs with the Inca Warchief. There's a card that allows you to send 24, but Peruvian dogs are less efficient than Jaguars, which are the Aztec equivalent for that card, and are also more expensive in terms of relation to how much they actually perform in a battle. Whereas the Janny the Pet Jaguar card that Aztec has a very high upfront cost, but the Janny is very efficient and for what he does, and very cheap for what he does as well. So it's always something I send, whereas I almost never find myself using the Peruvian dog card as Inca. So Inca will definitely be going in the B tier. He is still a Warchief, he still gives auras, and he can still absolutely make a strategy around him if you want to go with the native rush and combine him with that. But that is where he will stay. Now, as for the double S, everybody could have seen this coming. It's the Lakota Warchief, it's the Howd Warchief, and it's the Aztec Warchief. Now, between these, in terms of which civilizations rely on their explorer the most, there's a debate to be had, but I personally think the Aztec rely on their explorer specifically more than any other civ. Just because the Aztec explorer can single-handedly defend the town and hold off rushes, and when you have 10 warrior priests, the Aztec explorer just becomes an absolute monster to deal with in terms of the HP department that the other explorers just can't quite compete with. The Aztec explorer will beat every other explorer here, with the exception of maybe Kingslayer Raz with lots of fealty, but that's a big maybe. So in terms of like reliance on your explorer and fighting capability associated with the explorer, I will definitely say, I definitely say in my own personal opinion that the Aztec explorer is the most important explorer to the Aztec civilization as a whole. The Lakota explorer is definitely, I think, tied with the Haudenosaunee because they are also, the civs are also very heavily influenced and relied on by their explorers. I just don't think they're influenced and relied on quite to the extent that the Aztec explorer is. The Aztec live and breathe off their community plaza and their explorer, and if the explorer goes down, you are in an extremely vulnerable position until you get him back up as Aztec. and so he just provides so much for them. He also has an aura that is upgradable at the Community Plaza Big Button, which doubles the XP gain that all of the units around him gain from killing things, which you can turn from double into triple with the Big Button for a low cost of only 150 resources, making it an extremely cheap upgrade. I like to use what I call the Aztec Manor Boom whenever I'm fighting a British player, where the Brit player will try to Manor Boom, and Brit players, they'll scatter their houses around the map to try to give them line of sight. So I just make like 10 pikes and march them around with my Explorer and get the Big Button as early as possible. And it makes it so that each manor house gives me 243 XP. So I can XP boom off of the manor houses. And it's a pretty funny strategy. That's why I like to call it the Aztec Manor Boom for that specific reason. And the Aztec just provides so much in that regard, because when you combine the Warrior Priest with the Aztec, with the War Chief on the XP dance and stuff like that, Aztec are just absolute monsters when it comes to shipments, and they can use their Explorer and their Warrior Priests to gain so many shipments. And Aztec is one of the few civs, as a result, that will often exhaust most of their cards in a game. In a game that lasts 17 or 18 minutes, an Aztec player will have like maybe 5 cards left in their deck. It's actually really funny. They just burn through cards so fast as Aztec, and it's definitely one of my favorite things about them is being very selective with what you include in your deck, because you're probably going to use it. Rather than the other European ones where you're like, well, this is my build order and it takes up 5 cards. I guess I'll just add 20 more for fluff in case I need them. Now, the Lakota War Chief is also a monster. He is the fastest War Chief in the game. He has a Berserker attack, which is basically a melee crack shot. Which I definitely think the normal crack shot of the Europeans is better than the Berserker attack, just because you can hit and run. You can crack shot one dude and then run away with the Europeans often before you're in danger at all. Whereas the Lakota War Chief, while he does have more HP and more movement speed, the fact that you do have to get within melee range of an entire group of Treasure Guardians in order to crack shot one of them and then run away, I think definitely hurts him. In that regard, he's probably not the best at actually taking treasures, but he is fantastic at scouting the map and then stealing treasures from other people. Now, as for his aura, the Lakota aura boosts movement speed of the Lakota units, which is an absolutely fantastic, and I've always felt somewhat broken aura that Lakota has, where they can just get things like bow riders and axe riders and Tukola soldiers and just have them be stronger and faster than all of your anti-cav. You make Hussar and the enemy's axe riders, which is already like an S tier, like Huss equivalent unit, and they will just catch up to your Hussar and mow them down in seconds. Like the extra speed bonus that the Lakota get is very, very, very nutty. They also have a card in Age 1, I think, that makes it so that the aura will now also boost the siege of units, which is pretty nice, especially considering Lakota doesn't really have very many siege options until you unlock the siege dance in, I think, the 3rd Age. But I don't know I don't play Lakota, and I don't know how many Lakota players actually run that card in their deck. I do know that one thing that they probably do run is the Age 4 card that lets your Lakota Explorer boost the Explorer's aura, boost the attack as well as the HP, as well as the speed of your units, which is just absolutely insane. It's a 10% attack card for your entire military, but whereas other attack combat cards are based off base stats, auras are based off current stats. So it's not 10% attack based off your 15 base damage skirmisher. It's 10% attack aura based off your champion skirmisher unit's like 25 attack, which is notably better. And as a result, the Lakota War Chief, the Lakota in general, which already have very high damaging units, can just get some absolutely insanely high damage numbers in the late game once they hit the Industrial Age. And it's definitely something that is of a note there. Now, as for the Haudenosaunee War Chief, the Haudenosaunee War Chief is very, very good at taking treasures because he's the only one that is ranged of the War Chiefs. So he's kind of like the European explorers where he can kite treasure guardians. He has the sharpshooter attack as well as the eagle eye ability at base, whereas Aztec need to use an age up to get their swashbuckler attack. The Haudenosaunee just gets eagle eye right from the get-go, if I'm not mistaken. The big button at the Community Plaza will make it so that the War Chief heals as well. Oh, I did forget to mention that the Lakota Explorer upgrade at the Community Plaza makes it so that he gets a 10 times multiplier against artillery. That is definitely something that I forgot to mention. But the Haudenosaunee War Chief, his aura boosts HP. He can heal. You can use a card that makes his aura also boost the HP of buildings. I would never send that. It doesn't seem particularly useful. But the real treat of the Haudenosaunee Explorer comes from the Town Destroyer card. Town Destroyer is a card that you will see pretty much every Haudenosaunee player use in their deck, and it makes it so that your Lakota War Chief in like the second age will have 240 siege. And this man right here can single-handedly rush just by himself and win you the game. And if your opponent is not paying too much attention. You get to the second age as fast as you can, barely making any settlers, if any at all. And then you send the Town Destroyer card and move all of your settlers to explore hit points, and just start sieging your opponent's town center. And you'll be in their base sieging their town center at like the 3-minute mark. And the amount of siege that your Lakota, that the Haud Explorer does is just absolutely crazy. But they'll often send this card, even if they don't do the all-in Town Destroyer rush, because you can also use it to just stop your opponent from making their first buildings in Age 2. You sit them in the base, and then if it's like USA, for example, when they hit Age 2, they get like a military wagon, for example. The Haudenosaunee Explorer can just follow the military wagon until it decides to place somewhere or has to get rescued by like Minutemen or something. And when that building goes down, while buildings are still being constructed, the all siege attack is multiplied by 4. So that makes the Haudenosaunee War Chief do like almost 1,000 siege per torch to a building that's just coming up. So if you have your explorer in the in your opponent's base right when they hit H2 and they really need like a barracks or something, you can, if you want to, just stop them from making buildings if you're lucky enough to guess where they're making them. And it's definitely something that is very, very powerful, and that a lot of Haudenosaunee players will absolutely take advantage of and do. And this is my tier list for explorers. I know